Well, hello and welcome everyone. We are here. We have made it to the 2022 midterm elections. Congratulations, everyone. I hope you guys enjoy this stream. We're going to be live streaming we are live streaming the 2022 midterm election results. First main polls, I should say, close at 7 p.m. and we will be going through all the major competitive states across the nation, and we will be analyzing them throughout the night. We have a few guests on. Welcome, everyone. I hope you guys will enjoy this content, and we will be going for many hours to come. So, this will be a very in depth live stream. This is my first live stream. So, I am new at this, so apologize if some things aren't as professional as they probably should be, but I got to work with what I got. So, with that being said, thank you all for coming, and we have some results coming in at 7 p.m. We have some people watching here. We have majority in the comments section. Hello, majority. Um, you're watching the midterms on ABC News on my TV. Congratulations, it's good. It's a good site to watch news from. Uh, so we have a lot of very competitive states across the nation in the governorships, the Senate races, and just statewide elections. So if you guys want me to analyze any particular races, you guys can comment down below and let me know, and I'll try to do my best to find those races if there's any websites that are showing results from there. So basically, I'm going to go through a lot of the competitive states, and we've got many governorships up, people running for reelection, and people and candidates running to replace term limited governors and governors who are resigning after this year. We have Red Ohio elections. Hello, Red Ohio. Thanks for watching. So we I had invited a couple of guests, but there are not going to be anyone on tonight, I don't think. If anyone is going to be joining, I'll let you guys know later, but I don't think there will be. We have Politics Made Simple. Hello, Politics Made Simple. Thank you for watching. So yeah, thanks, Politics Made Simple and Majority for leaving a like. Yeah, so basically, we have a lot of states that decide the balance of power in Congress, in the United States Senate and House of Representatives. Republicans are favored to take both houses tonight. We'll see how long results take in come to how long results take to come in. It'll probably take a while, just given how long it took in 2020 and in 2018. 2018 wasn't as long as 2020, but 2020 was pretty long. Yeah, so yes, politics made simple. Yes, today was a very busy day. My family and they all went out and voted. So busy day. I was pulling up a lot of stuff, doing everything for this night. So hope you guys enjoy it. So we have many governorships. If you guys watched my last predictions, my final predictions, we had the prediction for the governor and Senate predictions out this morning. I had them posted around 7:45 this morning. So if you guys check them out, uh, if you guys want to check them out, go ahead and check them out later today or tomorrow, whatever. So there are some very competitive races across the country. We There are many states that Republicans are likely to flip, such as states within the Senate elections, such as states like Nevada, um, Arizona, Pennsylvania. We could probably hold on. We're probably going to hold on to that at the Republicans, and even the state of Georgia with Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. Raphael Warnock is the incumbent U.S. senator from there. He won the 2021 runoff elections against um, Kelly Loeffler. I think that's who ran against him, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, and if you guys saw my last predictions, you all will know what I think how the balance of power would look like in the governorships and in the Senate. I predict that the House of Representatives most likely. Um, so um, let's see if there's any results coming in. I'll start. Let's see what are the first poll closings in the night. I think it's 7 p.m. We're 10 minutes away from 7, so I think there's a few states. I think Georgia, Vermont, New Hampshire, some of Indiana, I think, comes in as well. I'm not. I'm gonna pull up some sites here and find out for you guys. Um, but yeah, so this is gonna be a pretty long stream. So yeah, I don't know when I'll necessarily end the stream. Uh, Probably like early morning, late evening. Who knows? Um, so we there was a lot of if you guys were watching the news today, there was a lot of polling errors or not polling errors. Well, I guess you could say voting errors across the country. I don't know what news stations you all watch, but from what I was gathering, there was reported, I should say, not I wouldn't say fraud, but like miscommunication with voting machines and devices. So yeah, we'll see what happens there if we can resolve that. So I'm pulling up the time for 7 p.m. Eastern here. These states includes the state of South Carolina, Virginia, also New Hampshire, Vermont, some of Kentucky, and most of Florida. So basically, at 7, we'll have some very competitive states come in, which is pretty awesome. State of Florida, we got Marco Rubio running for Senate, and also Ron DeSantis running for re-election and governor. So also the state of Georgia, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock face off a very heated and very heated uh, election in there. So it's going to be interesting to watch. So I'll pull up the I'll present the screen once results start coming in those states. Majority says Cox for governor still. I agree. I do think he'll do very well in the state. It's going to be a very close race against Wes Moore. So yeah, I think it's going to I think Cox is going to get it around 0.5 to 0.15%, maybe even closer, maybe even like, I don't know, maybe even like 0.25. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's going to be interesting. It's probably going to take a few days for us to get the results here in Maryland just because of the voting system in the state, because of how long the Maryland State Board of Elections drag it on and drag it on. Um, all right, by majority. So yeah, we have some some people still on here. I don't know. I think we have 5 people watching. Um, so yeah. When it's the second that the polls close, I'll present my screen to probably Florida and Georgia. We'll see. We'll start with Georgia first. I know it's gonna take a while for results to come in. So, I can present Georgia here in a second. If we can present Georgia so I can show you guys what's going on. Brian Kemp versus Stacey Abrams. My prediction is Brian Kemp is going to be is going to win his reelection by a pretty respectable margin of probably around, I don't know, maybe like 6 to 7% here in the state of Georgia. Georgia is pretty conservative, but back in 2020 Biden won it, so it's kind of interesting. So here. I'm pulling up the Georgia midterm election race. We'll start off with the senator. I mean, not the senator, the governor race here. As you guys can see, Brian Kemp versus Stacey Abrams. There's nothing been called here yet in the state. Um, Most likely be cool because the polls haven't closed yet. But yeah, so Brian Kemp's the incumbent. He won against Stacey Abrams back in 2018 with a respectable around like 3 point margin, 3 to 5 point margin. Can't remember off the top of my head, but it was a pretty respectable margin for Brian Kemp. Stacey Abrams didn't even win back in 2018, and now she's running again in 2022. I just don't think that she'll be able to win just because of, if you ran in 2018 and you were unpopular then, now you're running in 2021, I mean 2022, and you're probably going to be more unpopular now. So yeah, with that being said, I think that she will most likely lose her reelection, but who knows? I mean, I think that she'll lose reelection most likely. So I'll stop sharing that. Go back here. So I'm curious to see. how long the results are gonna take to come in across the country because, like, we have a lot of states that have different types of voting systems, like, not necessarily different types, but, like, different ways of counting it, if that makes sense. Like, the state of my state home state of Maryland, we count it, like, the day of the election, like today, they'll count all the ballots from today, and then tomorrow or the next day, whatever, they'll count the mail-in ballots or I should say, I'm sorry, the early voting, and then the day after they'll count the mail-in ballots. So basically, that just gives time the for the judges and the counters. So basically, if you had enough votes day of the midterms or the election, and it was enough to put the candidate to win, then they don't need to count the extra votes because there's no point in it. So then they would just estimate how much or whatnot that it would take, that how much they won. So basically, that's how the state of Maryland does it. Many different states count it differently. So like other states are counting all of the votes tonight. So it's probably going to take a lot longer for other states to come in, whichever states do that. So yeah, but we have 4 minutes till polls close at 7. I will uh, I will like present my screen and everything. So I don't know if you guys heard, but Trump's supposed to have a big announcement at Mar-a-Lago on the 15th of November. Very interesting. I'm actually very curious of what he's going to be talking about. What's the meeting that he has planned? I'll probably do either a review video of it or a live stream after just talking about it. Who knows? I haven't decided yet. But, whenever he does it, I'll definitely do either a video or live stream just talking about my reaction to it. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. So I will mention this. Uh, I'm gonna take a break every couple hours, to you know just to take a break for a little bit, just maybe like 5 minutes at the most. So I will have videos playing in between there just to pass the time while that's happening. So we have 2 minutes till polls close. I guess I'll present my screen in Georgia here. I guess we can present there. Probably because that's what most of you want to see right now. Um, I'll go to Florida later just to see how long it takes for that to come in. Florida. So basically, Um, Florida has a split like time zone basically. So they most of the majority of the state is majority of the state has it on the Eastern time zone or like yeah the Eastern time zone at 7 o'clock polls close that state, and then the other half it it is I think 8 or 8:30. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 8 actually. Yeah, I think it's 8, but nonetheless, yeah, there is different time zones in Florida, so half or a quarter of the state won't actually come in till later in the evening. So we won't know results from there. And that has some key counties for Republicans and Democrats as well. So yeah. Um we can look at the Senate here. Just pull up the Senate race. If it would load. My computer's slow here. Here. Like I said earlier, Raphael Warnock versus Herschel Walker. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. It's going to be an interesting election. I'm very curious of how it's going to go. I don't know if it'll go to a runoff or not. I'm somewhat thinking it just because of 2020, but from the 2021 run, 20 there was four candidates before. Let's see if we can see other candidates. There are some other candidates as we can see. What site I'm using? I am using NBC. Uh, so yeah, it's 7 o'clock now. Polls should be closed any second now. any minute now. So yeah. Um, so I wonder what your guys' thoughts are on what you guys think of the if it'll go to a runoff or not. I'm very curious. Majority says hoping to continue. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Um, okay, so basically, it's 7:01 now. Polls, yeah, polls just closed. So, and they already say too early to call, of course, because it just came in. Yeah. So I'll share my screen once results come in. I'll be analyzing all of them. So yeah, let's see here. Florida. I'll check Florida now. Just curious of what's going on in the state of Florida. If old Ron is going to win his reelection here, I think he is. Charlie Crist, I don't know. He's too unpopular. Former governor, he didn't win his reelection. He just Ron DeSantis is too popular. He really is. He's too much of a popular governor. Some of the state doesn't like him. I know the Democrats don't like him. A lot of Republicans like him, but so no results in Florida yet. We'll still be waiting. I'm still waiting on Florida to come in along with Georgia. Virginia isn't that all that important to me. It's not really one of those toss-up races. There's no governor elections because they do theirs in 2021 or they did theirs in 2021. They do it the odd year. So I'm gonna I don't think I'm gonna be talking about that as much just because it's not really that important in this scenario in the 2022 midterms. But yeah. So I don't know. I think it's probably gonna take a while for results to come in. Um, I'm very curious to see if Christine Drazan can win in Oregon because it's very democratic, but Christine Kotek or whatever, how you ever say her name, she's she's like kind of unpopular because like no one likes the current governor, and the current governor's like endorsed her and everything and supported her. So she's like losing in the polls and everything. And so yeah, it's it's interesting to see. I'm very curious to see what's going on, what's going to happen there. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna jump over here back to Georgia and look to see what's going on in Georgia. Still, I say, oh, we have some results. Here, I'm going to present my screen. So this is going to be interesting. We do have some results in Georgia. Let's see here. Okay, here in Georgia, we can see Raphael Warnock is up here against Herschel Walker. He has just won. Which county is this? Richmond County. It's pretty understandable. It's fairly liberal. I mean, it's got Atlanta in it, so to be honest, not all that surprised by that. Go over here. Yeah, this is just early results coming in. Early results always come in good for Democrats. 75% for Herschel Walker. I mean, yeah, Raphael Warnock. I'm sorry. 24.1% for Herschel Walker. It's pretty yeah. So let's go over to the governor. Let's see what's going on in the governor elections. I don't I don't think I really for like house elections in the states. I don't really know many house elections other than my own state. So yeah. And of course Stacey Abrams is up. Like I said, she won Richmond County. That has Augusta. It's pretty understandable, pretty reasonable just because it's got Augusta in it, very democratic city. Brian Kemp is going to do but I think is going to do phenomenal in the state. I think he's going to win his reelection by bigger expectations than before. But nonetheless, yeah, I guess I have no clue about the. I don't even know honestly who he is or like the campaign season with that. So this would load. Like I said, my computer's slow. It's very it's very slow to load all these pages. I got a lot of tabs open right now just because I got you have some this would load. I can already tell 73.3% Jennifer Jordan versus Chris Carr. Again, Stedman County has Augusta in it. Just coming in for that right now. So yeah, over to Florida and check out Florida just to see what's going on here. And we do have some results coming in. So I'm going to present my screen to Florida. Um, there are a decent amount of results in for Florida. So let's jump on over to there. If I can present my screen here, go to Florida. All right. So in the state of Florida, Charlie Crist is at 56.2%, against Ron DeSantis 43.2%. We have many counties or we have a few counties in. This county is Broward County is in for Charlie Crist. Also, this county's in for Charlie Crist. Um, Ron DeSantis, if this page would load here, going right here, this county, um, Citrus County, and this county is in for Charlie Crist as well. So if we see 56.2% for Charlie Crist and 43.2% for Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, Charlie Crist is going to win 9% in for the vote here. Like I said, pretty come in. So it's gonna take very long for Florida to come in. Yeah. So I guess we can move on to the Senate in Florida here. Marco Rubio versus Val Demings. This is a race that is the Democrats think that they're going to that Democrats are pretty fired up about. They think they might win it. I don't think they will. Same margins, same counties for uh, Val Demings and Marco Rubio. Nothing very important here. I mean, yeah. So I'll start presenting, and I'll go over to I'll go back to Georgia. We'll look here, and the governor. So we do have some results here in Georgia. So I think I'm just gonna keep my screen on Georgia for a while. It's kind of interesting. Um, so I'll let you guys see Georgia for a while. Florida's Florida. It's just it's Florida, you know. Okay, so we have one county in here for Brian Kemp. Let's see which county that is. This county is Lee County. I'm sorry, Pierce County. I'm sorry, Pierce County. For Brian Kemp, and then Fulton County for Stacey Abrams. That has Atlanta in it. That's it's Atlanta. So yeah, let's get here. Well, we'll wait a second to see if any more results come in for Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams. Brian Kemp. So I don't know if this is actually accurate, but I did hear that Trump endorsed Brian Kemp yesterday. I don't actually know. Yeah. And let's see. I think it's this county right here that just came in. Yeah. Gl- Uh, Glenn County came in for Brian Kemp. Oh, more counties are coming in. We got a lot of counties coming in here. Up top here, let's see what do we got here. Floyd County for Brian Kemp. What's this one? We've got Pierce County already came in. I think it's this one. Oh, Brantley County. I don't know if I already said that one, but that's all in for the governor race. Stacey Abrams is leading pretty good, but it's early in the race, only 8% in. So let's go over to the Senate here. I'm gonna pull up the Senate just because I'm curious to see the candidates in Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Um, so yeah, I've talked a lot about this race. Um, yeah, we do have a good bit in here. All right, so I'll show you guys counties in. Um, so wow, I'm actually surprised. Floyd County is for Raphael Warnock. Interesting. I think Floyd County is for in in the governors. Okay, so we have some more another county come in for Herschel Walker. McDuffie County for Herschel Walker. Is at 70.7% to Herschel Walker's 28%. Yeah, this is very expected because it's only 8% in, because it's, it's early votes. Um, Democrats always outperform in early votes. There's no reason, like there's no arguing with that. So, yeah. Um, So we have 6 people watching. Let's see here. Let's go Cox. Yes, let's go Cox. It's so I don't have any results for Maryland yet, just because polls close at 8. I think it's 8 o'clock. I don't even know what my own state poll time closes at. That's pretty sad. Sorry, guys. I don't even know. Um, I'll have to look again. So yeah, it's not really anything exciting here. I'm gonna jump over to see what Florida has to show. Um, yeah, there's a good bit of results here. I'm gonna pull up Florida. We'll stay at Florida for a while. Share screen. Florida. So right now, we have a lot more polls. A lot more counties come in for results here. So if we look here, we have this county right here, Gulf County. Marco Rubio is leading, 76.4%. Also right here, come on, not Union County. It's 87.8% from Marco Rubio. More results are coming in here. I'll get to that in a second. Citrus County, I already talked about. Sumter County, Marco Rubio is at 70.3%. And that's pretty impressive. Also right here, Pasco County, Marco Rubio is at 58.7%. Okay, so this county just came in. Yeah, so uh, Marco Rubio's at 86.5% to Valdemi's 12.5%. Yeah, that's pretty good. He's doing pretty well. All right, so I'm gonna move over to the governor. I'm gonna move over to the governor race. So I'm expecting Charlie Crist to do fairly well in the beginning here. Yeah, so I think he's gonna do fairly well, and I think Ron DeSantis around maybe like the 30% margin. I think he's gonna do like when it's 30% sort of Charlie Crist and like outperforming like every. Um, I'm not worried that Ron DeSantis is gonna lose his seat. All right, so let's see what this is. Yeah, Pasco County. Come on. Yeah, Ron DeSantis is 89.6% to Charlie Crist's 10.3% in this county. So, yeah, I'm not worried about Ron DeSantis for for the moment. Comments we got going in the comments. Is there, C Red said 800. Okay, 800 what? See red, can you tell me what you drew if you can? Um, so yeah, let's see. So we have like 45 minutes till the next polls close. Actually, wait, 7:30 I think is the time the next polls close. Here, I'm gonna stop my screen. Um, we have, let's see. I think polls close. Let me see. I think the next polls close at 7:30. And so I'm gonna pull up this website and see what time polls close next because I am interested to see which states come in 7:30. Like I said, if you guys want me to review any races that I haven't covered yet, just put in the comment section so I can try and find the race and I'll cover it for you guys. I'll go over the results. But let's see, 7:30. Let's see what polls or what states come in at 7:30. All right, so 7:30 has some very key states. Okay, the states of North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio. So, um, I don't think there's any senators running in West Virginia this cycle. But Ohio has JD Vance versus Tim Ryan. That's a race I do want to cover. I'm very excited about that race. Also, North Carolina, Sherry Beasley versus Ted Budd. Ted Budd and Sherry Beasley are going against each other. Ted Budd is the Republican nominee now. The current Republican senator from the state is retiring this cycle, so that's why we're having Ted Budd. They're running Ted Budd this time because there's no incumbent that's running this time. So yeah. So I'm gonna go back to Florida and look at any margins that are coming in. Okay, guys. So things are narrowing up here in Florida, and I'm gonna show you because this is pretty exciting. Oh, okay. Thank you, C Red, for um letting me know what you meant. Polls close at 8 o'clock. Yep. Thank you. I didn't know what you meant by 800, but yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, state of Maryland closes at 8 o'clock. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna pull up Florida. This is very exciting news. You guys are gonna love it. So we'll pull up Florida here. Ron DeSantis is probably my favorite governor right now. That's probably I'm kind of enthusiastic. Following him is going to be the governor of Ohio. I can't think of his name right now. I don't know why I can't think of his name. Shoot. All right, so Ron DeSantis is leading, guys. We're not even at 30%. We're at 18%. I should have expected it would be a lot easier than this. All right, look, results are coming in. 51.4% for Ron DeSantis to Charlie Crist's 48.0%. This is like I said, it's a no-brainer. Ron DeSantis is going to blow Charlie Crist out of the water. Charlie Crist look, it's still coming in. 51.5% for Ron DeSantis. It's gonna so Florida's gonna come in very fast. I can already tell it's gonna come in very fast. Let's go over to the Senate. I'm gonna pull up the Florida Senate and we'll see what's going on. In that. Oh yeah, Marco Rubio is already winning, guys. This is an easy race. Marco Rubio's at 50.7% to Val Demings 48. Oh wow. Is this? I think this is my. Yeah, Miami-Dade County is going for by 53% against Val Demings. There, let me see. Let me pull this up. Val Demings is at 46.2% in the state. I mean, in the county. So this is a very historic left-leaning county, and this is already almost 60% in. Yeah, this is easy. I think they're gonna call it. Um, yeah, these polls close at 8. I'm pretty sure, or 8:30, something like that. I think it's 8. All right, so go back to the governor. Actually, no, I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna go to Georgia. Let's see what's going on in Georgia. Okay, so Georgia is somewhat the same. Herschel Walker's improving. Raphael Warnock's decreasing. I can present the screen. Michelle C says, "Hey, buddy. Hello." Um, that's probably one of my family members. Hi. So all right, so let's go to Georgia. I'm gonna pull up Georgia here. Share my screen. Go to Georgia. All right, so Raphael Warnock is leading with let's when this loads, I'll show you 67.5% to Herschel Walker's 31.1%. So there's a lot of counties that are coming in for uh, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. So it's going to be interesting. I think that it's going to narrow up by the night goes on. We're only 10% in. We got 90% to go. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be epic. So let's just wait it out. Um, Already, the state of Georgia is very have has, I think around, like, 6,000,000. No, I think it's actually more, I think it's, like, 10,000,000 population. I think the population is, like, 10,000,000 in the state. So, Raphael Warnock's already at 268,190 votes to Herschel Walker's, 123,685. So he's doing pretty good. I it's gonna be a close race. If it goes off to a runoff, I probably could see Raphael Warnock just because he did fairly well in the last runoff. Him and John Ossoff did very well. Democrats historically do fairly well in the state. I mean, in runoff elections. So yeah, um, I guess we'll just wait here for. Let's go over to the governor race here in the state of Georgia. Let's go over to the governor race here. The governor race. Like I said, it's gonna go for Brian Kemp. Um, I stand true to my I stand behind my my predictions and yeah, that's Stacey Abrams at 62.4% to Brian Kemp's 37.1%. Yeah, very well in early an early vote in like early polling or so yeah. Um let's see. What's this? A U cutie. Wow. Okay, thanks. Um, how's Arizona? Arizona. Okay, so Arizona hasn't come in yet. They polls close at 9, so we'll have to see. And Pennsylvania. Yes. So Pennsylvania, I'll have to check again. I think it's actually 9 as well. It might be 8. Let me check on that. Um, I'll have to look. Let me go into this website here. 8, yes, 8 o'clock. Polls close in Pennsylvania, 8 o'clock, and yeah, 9 o'clock in Arizona. So yep, very good, very good governor races. Very good governors, I should say, running. Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, and and also in let me think. I'm trying to Arizona. Kerry Lake against Katie Hobbs. Carrie Lake is very good. Is a very good candidate. She's gonna win pretty good. Um, Anything on the Board of Education in Carroll County? So no, I don't think so yet. Yeah, I don't think so. I'll have to check later because polls don't close till 8, so we won't know until 8 o'clock. So yeah. Um, let's see. I guess I can go back to Florida. We'll check Florida. So we have yeah, yeah, Ron DeSantis is like blowing Charlie Crist out of the water. I'm gonna have to show you guys this. This is pretty impressive. Yeah. So Florida, Ron DeSantis at 53%. to Charlie Crist's 46.4%. Yeah, Ron DeSantis is gonna win, like not anonymously. Oh, is this my Miami-Dade? Yeah, Miami-Dade, 256,092 for Ron DeSantis. I believe 4 years ago, Ron DeSantis didn't win Miami-Dade. And Monroe County, 11 or 53.9%. Yeah, that's he's doing very well in the state. I'm gonna go over to the Senate for Marco Rubio and Val Demings here. I'm very this is like basically a safe state for Republicans this cycle. Yeah. So I'll pull up uh the Senate election here. Yeah, Marco Rubio is at 51.4% against Val Demings 47.3%. No surprise there. He's doing very well. Miami-Dade 253,380 for Marco Rubio. So yeah. Um yeah, I'll go back here. Michelle C says, "How long are you staying on?" Uh, a long time, probably until like basically um results stop coming in for a while. So probably gonna be on until like early morning. I'm gonna say, or basically until people stop watching. Pretty much, I'll stop when people stop watching. But this is an interesting. It's a very important election. So we will see. Um, so yeah, it is uh it is 7:27 p.m. Eastern time on the East Coast here in Maryland. So if you live on the East Coast, you're in the same time zone wherever you guys are. Um, you know, time zones change, but anyway, 9 o'clock is so 8 o'clock is actually like one of the biggest poll closings across the country. Let me pull up here again and see 8 o'clock. What? How many states? All right. So the states that come in at 8 o'clock. Here, let me pull up here. 8 o'clock. So basically, we have the states of Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware. We have the state of Michigan, most of North Dakota, most of South Dakota, um, almost all of Kansas. Um, we have also Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, or Alabama, Mississippi, the rest of Florida, Texas, and or most of Texas, I should say, and that's pretty much it. And and at 8:30, the only state that we have that comes in at 8:30 is actually the state of Arkansas. And then at 9 p.m. we have a lot of states coming at 9 p.m. This includes the states of New York, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, the rest of North and South Dakota, all of Nebraska, all of Wyoming, the rest of Kansas, all of Colorado, all of New Mexico, the two counties from Texas, or the remaining portion of Texas, Arizona, and Louisiana. And then at 10, we have let's see, come on. 10, we have Montana, most of Idaho, a little bit of Oregon, Nevada, and Utah, all of Utah. And then at 11 p.m. we have the rest of Idaho, all of Washington, the rest of Oregon, all of Colorado. I mean California. And then at midnight um, we only have uh, Hawaii and um, Alaska. And at 1 a.m. Eastern on November 9th, let's see. I don't think there's no states that come in at that, or there's no poll closings that happen there. Yeah. So basically, that's how the night's gonna go. Michelle C says, "Okay, gotta get off for a bit. I'll try to get back. Thanks. Good job. Thanks, Michelle." Um, so yeah, I'm gonna check back on Georgia. and I'll present my screen if there's any. Yeah, Georgia is coming in pretty solid. Yeah, Brian Kemp's gaining pretty quickly, so I'm gonna present. This is pretty interesting. So yeah, see Chrome tab. All right, let's see Georgia. Okay, so Stacey Abrams at 57% to Brian Kemp's 42.5%. So Stacey Abrams, like I said, very unpopular. We're going to see a lot of Democrats and independents vote for Brian Kemp this round just because Stacey Abrams is just so unpopular. Let's go over to the Senate race. I want to see how Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker are doing. This race is a very important race for the balance of power in the United States Senate. If Democrats lose this, they almost lose their chances of keeping the Senate. They have a chance in they do have a chance in Arizona, but new polls have shown like personally he'll win. It just depends. It's a pretty close race. So we see her Raphael Warnock was 60.3% to Herschel Walker 38%. Many counties have come in so far, and we have 13% of the vote in. So that being said, or we still got a lot left to count. So there's a lot we're gonna be covering in the next few hours of the night. So yep. I'm gonna go check on. I'm gonna go back and check on to Florida here. Let's see. Florida is increasing with. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is pretty important for the Senate and for the governor. So yep, I'm gonna present here. Let's see. So Florida, Marco Rubio is at 53 point, or sorry, 50, 40, 54% now. Shoo. So Val that means 45%. Like almost all the counties are in now. And we are 32 minutes after polls close. So that's pretty insane. Ron DeSantis appointed um, a lot of good people for elections, and that's why the elections are coming in so quickly. So yeah, we're gonna move on to the governor race here in the state of Florida. When this page loads, sorry about how long it's taking to load this page. Okay, so if the screen is sharing, if you guys can see my screen, Ron DeSantis is at 54%. Trump is 45.4%. So Charlie Crist is doing pretty bad right now. Florida, when you have almost every county in, if you can see, we probably have around, I'm gonna guess 25 counties left. And we are 46% of the votes in. Where we started this at 7. It's been going on for 33 minutes, and the race is almost over. So I very much could see um, Ron DeSantis being called very soon. So Ron DeSantis is already at 2 million votes. Um, yeah, so it's pretty interesting. We'll stay on the governor. We'll stay on the governor race for a little bit. Um, Yep, 54.7% now for Ron DeSantis, and Charlie Crist is at 44.6%. Yeah, so pretty interesting. 48% of the vote in, or votes counted, I should say. So yeah, I think he'll do very well. Um, so I'll move back to the Senate in Florida. So Marco Rubio is at 54.5% against Val Deming's 44.5% at the time that I'm at the time that this is happening right now. Yeah, Marco Rubio is crushing it right now. So I'll stop sharing for right now, and I'm gonna go some other races that we have going on in the states. Um, so yeah, Yeah, I project that we'll have the Senate we'll have around 54 Republican to 46 Democrat, or 50 at the most 54, obviously, but I could see at the least 52 if we don't win Arizona, and if we don't win Arizona and we don't win New Hampshire. I do think Blake Masters is going to win in New Hampshire. I mean, not New Hampshire. I think Blake Masters is going to win in Arizona, and I think Don Bolduc will most likely win in New Hampshire. Maggie Hassan is pretty unpopular, and just the general climate, he'll probably get it by a very close margin, maybe like 0.1%, or even less, 0.15%. It's gonna be pretty close race. If Maggie Hassan wins, she wins by a tilt margin. In my last prediction, I'm pretty sure I had a tilt margin. Um, let's see. C Red says, "How is Maryland doing at this time?" So right now, Maryland, so polls don't close till 8. I can check, but I'm pretty sure nothing's coming in yet. So yeah, we won't know until 8 o'clock. But when 8 o'clock comes, we're going to see a lot of review about Maryland, Pennsylvania, a lot of very competitive races, and it'll be very interesting. So I'll check back on Georgia right now just to see what's going on in Georgia. Um, yeah, Raphael Warnock is coming down. He's really coming down here. I'll show you guys in a second. And then in the governor races, I'm gonna pull this up just for a minute. Just give a general overlook about it. Let's see when this loads. Should have some more results coming in. 56% for Stacey Abrams right now to 43.4% for Brian Kemp. Yeah, yeah. So I'll present my screen. So I'm I'm actually kind of curious about um let's see what's going on here. I'm actually curious about the governor race in Arizona, because you know I don't know if it's gonna be okay. Hold up. So Brian Kemp's 43.6%, Stacey Abrams 55.8%. It's going pretty well for both candidates. This is kind of like what happened back in 2018. It was pretty close, right, like a margin last 4 years ago. But getting back to what I was saying, so in the state of Arizona, I do think that Kerry Lake's going to win, but I just am curious about how big of a margin, because Maricopa County, I know Maricopa County matters, but if Kerry Lake doesn't need to focus all in Maricopa County, she could focus on other counties that are not as, I wouldn't say rigged, but are less prone for votes not being counted properly, I should say. We saw back in 2020 that Maricopa County, with all the drop boxes and everything, was pretty unreliable for results. And Maricopa County is what carried Biden over the top of the state. So I think Carrie Lake, if she has, great, but if she hasn't, I think she should have spent some more time on some other counties instead of Maricopa County. I think she could have stopped worrying about Maricopa County and been focused on a little bit more in other places. So we just had some more results. Stacey Abrams 55.8% to Brian Kemp's 43.7%. Stacey Abrams went up just a little bit. So yeah, the Senate here. It's to see how fast results are coming in, because I honestly thought it would take a very long time for results to come in, but no, it's actually coming in really quickly, and I'm actually like surprised. And I didn't know if we were gonna have a lot of results to come in tonight, or if it was gonna take time. But stuff is coming in. Stuff is coming in pretty quick. Raphael Warnock is leading at 59.1% to Herschel Walker's 39.4%. So yeah. So I'll stop sharing here and I'll uh look at Florida. I'll look at Florida. So guys, we have 20 minutes until 8 p.m. closings happen. So I'm very, very excited for 8 p.m. because we have I can tell you guys again, we have a lot of states that come in at 8 o'clock. Let's see. Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Michigan. Michigan is very, very important. Gretchen Whitmer versus Tudor Dixon. Tudor Dixon is a very, I should say, very good candidate, but um, she's also like, she also has like, she's not as well like represented in the state of Michigan just because Gretchen Whitmer won in 2018. She kind of set a path forward for Joe Biden in 2020. She was able to campaign for Biden. She had good recognition. Her approval rating was pretty good. And so, with that being said, she was able to like pave Biden's path to victory. Sorry, path to victory in 2020. And so, when she did that, it kind of boosted her in the state and Joe Biden. But because of her handling with COVID, her approval rating really dropped, and all the jabs for job mandates, all this type of stuff, it really just kind of like dropped her approval rating in 2020. So Tudor Dixon has a legitimate shot, but it's just a very iffy state. It's a very like I should say toss up race. It's a very competitive race. So we'll see how Tudor Dixon can do. I think that she'll do pretty well. If she doesn't win, she'll at least come very close to it. So with that being said, I guess move on there. Um, yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, about the whole Fetterman with the flags and Mastriano with the rainbow. Pretty interesting. I don't know what that means, but it I don't it's very, very interesting. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I just thought that it was kind of um I think I think it was pretty interesting there. So we have C Red here. He's commented, this is looking promising. They are so scared of normal thinking people, they started shutting down the ballot machines this morning. Yeah. So back in 2020, the voting machines were supposed to be offline. And after they were checked, the electronic voting machines were connected to the internet. Why did they need to be connected to the internet to count votes? It's just to put your ballot in. That doesn't make any sense. And I I always say vote by paper. We've done it for the past, who knows, 200 years. Ever since voting was a thing in the United States, we've done it by paper. Lately, people are saying that like doing it by electronic, just stick with paper. It's more reliable and it's traceable. Paper is traceable, and when you have electronics, I mean, there's already been reports that people were they were doing electronics and they were pressing something, they were pressing it, and it come back and it come with a different candidate that they didn't select. So they tried again and it come back with the same candidate, and they just kept doing it and doing it for about 3, 4, or 5 times, and it kept coming back with that candidate. So we really need to fix some things in our voter system, our voting system, and we need to go back to mail it. We need to go back into paper ballots. I am I'm not opposed to mail-in ballots, but I think that they should be requested. I don't think that they should be activated and given out by mail to every citizen. Um, because for one, mail-in ballots, they're activated from when they go out. They're in the resident's name. When they're in the resident's name, basically anyone can open it and sign it and mail it back. So if someone doesn't want the mail-in ballot and they leave it in their mailbox, which I'm pretty sure you're supposed to do, and the post office picks it back up, they take it. Well, where is that mail-in ballot that you haven't written on gone? It's already activated. Couldn't someone circle who they want and send it in? That's my real concern. And it's really concerning to me if that's how they're fudging the numbers, if that's how they're just, you know, trying to I wouldn't say cheap, but, rig it a little bit here and there. I wouldn't say necessarily like full on rigging, but, we want fair and free elections. So, C Red says, "Yes, sir. I agree." Um, let's see. I'm gonna check Florida. I'll pull up Florida. Right now, Marco Rubio has let's see, Marco Rubio has over a 10-point margin against Val Demings, and almost the whole entire state is in. For the governor, I'll pull this up very shortly. If this will load. Oh my goodness, Ron DeSantis is crushing it. All right, I'm going to present my screen here because I think let's see, C Red commented. Let's see. I agree. I sometimes have to request mine when I'm out of town. Not sent to dead people. Ha, yeah, I agree. Yeah, not sent to dead people. I liked back in 2020 when I didn't like it. I thought it was very like interesting that back in 2020 you had people who came in to vote and they had already said that they voted when they came in. So if they already came in and voted, why would they waste their time to come to the poll? That doesn't make sense to me. They came in to vote, but yet the polling place already said they voted when they checked their name. That's pretty screwed up to me. All right, so enough talking about that. I'll present the results coming in Florida. Okay, so Florida, Ron DeSantis is at 56.6% to Charlie Crist's 42.8%. For anyone living in Florida, y'all are rocking it tonight. Um, Man, I hope this happens tonight. Okay, results are increasing. 56.7% for Ron DeSantis, 42.7%. Charlie Crist literally stands absolutely against Ron DeSantis. If you all watched the debate between Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist, Ron DeSantis crushed it. Like absolutely crushed it. Let's go over to the Senate. Um, let's see. Okay, 54.9 for Marco Rubio, and Val Demings says 44.1%. I really want to know what Wyatt Tomlin's thinking right now because it's pretty interesting. I wonder what he's thinking. So I actually forgot to show you guys. So I just missed some polls in some states. The 7:30 we have very speaking of Wyatt Tomlin in Ohio. Um, So we got result. We have results coming in West Virginia. We have results coming in Ohio and North Carolina. So I am going to actually pull this up here. I'm gonna load my page for Ohio, and I'll report in with you guys when it happens. Oh my goodness, we already have results. So people from Ohio, my friends from Ohio, this is your day and I feel very happy for you. So Mike DeWine is my second favorite governor in the entire country right now. It goes Ron DeSantis, then Mike DeWine, Greg Abbott. My top three. They are my top three favorite governors across the country. And looks like my friend Mike DeWine is going to be serving 4 more years as governor. I'm going to pull up what we got going on in here. So I'm kind of curious about this. So basically, Nan Whaley is at 43.4% against Mike DeWine's 46.4%. But they've already projected it from Mike DeWine with 5% of the vote in. Probably because the poll rating is so high and the voter turnout is so much higher. but he has less votes. So I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, so Mike DeWine is really actually crushing it, 48% in the state. Let's go, Mike. He's a great candidate, great guy, great governor. I'm gonna go check Senate because this is a very important Senate race for Republicans. Democrats, they lose at all the other ones. They're gonna have to if they hold on to everything else, they're gonna have to win Ohio, which they're not. This is against Tim Ryan and JD. Tim Ryan is a blue dog Democrat who is a class. He served representatives in Congress, and you're calling yourself a moderate. You're a moderate Democrat, but yet you voted with the Biden Pelosi agenda 100%. No matter what bill Nancy Pelosi, Tim Ryan voted. No matter Nancy Pelosi, Tim Ryan voted for. All the way with the left bills, and you call yourself a moderate. How does that work? That makes absolutely no sense. You're not a moderate. You've never been a moderate, and you never will be a moderate. So that's really hurting him. Okay. Also, JD Vance is the Trump endorsed candidate for Senate. He's ex-military, and he is going to serve very well. So right here we have JD Vance at 37.4% to Tim Ryan's 62.6%. Great margins for both of them. I think Tim Ryan is doing very well right now, but it's going to narrow up. It's going to narrow up big time. And NBC has just called it for the governor race, as I said, for Mike DeWine. So yeah. Um, yeah. So he's a projected winner. 48% for Mike DeWine, 52% for Nan Whaley. Nan Whaley, I think she'll do okay in the state. She's not going to come close to winning. Um, All right, so guys, we're 8 minutes away from 8 p.m. poll closing. I'm gonna pull up North Carolina if I have it pulled up. I think I got it pulled up. Let's see. No, I don't. Let me pull up North Carolina for you guys. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up North Carolina here. I thought I had it pulled up, but I don't. Sorry, guys. So let's see. Okay, I'm pulling up North Carolina. Let me check the live chat here. All right, nothing new. We have 5 people watching right now. So, guys, 7 minutes away from one of the biggest poll closing in the country, some of the most competitive states, some of the most competitive races. It's gonna be interesting. Wow. Okay, so North Carolina is coming in very, very quick, and I'm sorry I missed the poll closing, but it is coming in very quick. So I am I'm going to be going to present my screen here once this page loads. And yeah, this is very, very interesting. Let me move this over. All right. So C Red says this reporting is magical. Uh, it's funny. Um, Li Kog. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry if I get messed that up. I don't think Cox will win. Yeah. It's if he does win, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be a very, very close race. I I it's gonna be very close. I'm just gonna say that. I do think he'll win, but it's gonna be close. So guys, I'm gonna pull up the to you guys to see North Carolina. So North Carolina is one of those states that decide the balance of power. So I'm gonna pull this one up here. All right, so North Carolina's coming. All right, so Cherry Beezy's at 55%, and Ted Bud's 43.3%. Yeah, I'm a little shocked about these numbers right now. I'm I'm not necessarily worried, but I'm a little disappointed Ted Bud's not doing as well as I thought he would be doing. Now counties can flip as more votes come in. We're not even 50% in 50% in. So yeah. Um so anyway, yeah, so Ted Budd, I do think he's gonna win. He's gonna win by 3 to 5 point 3 to 4 point margin probably. Like I had in my last prediction. He's gonna do fairly well. So yeah. Uh so interesting fact, my most of my family is actually from down near North Carolina. So yeah, I don't know like really anything about the state politically. Really, I mean, like I know about the state politically, but like you know, not in like statewide elections. Like I don't know how they vote for like senators and stuff. I know how they vote on presidential levels. So Ted Budd's up at 44.2%. To Sherry Beast is like 54.1%. So yeah, yeah. I'll stop sharing. So I'll go back there. Let's see. All right, 3 minutes till 8 p.m. poll closings happen. Again, I'm going to remind everyone which states this is. So 8 p.m. is the states. Let me see. 8 p.m. All right. So, all right. In the states of 8 p.m., we have most of North and South Carolina, most of Kansas, Oklahoma, most of Texas, the rest of Florida, all of Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri. We also have um, Illinois, all of uh, all of Michigan, all of Pennsylvania, all of Maryland, all of Delaware, all of New Jersey, all of Rhode Island. We have Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Maine. So yeah, there's a lot that's going on at 8 o'clock, and we have exactly 8 minutes. I mean, not 8 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 minutes. So, yep. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for 8 p.m. There's a lot of races that are gonna come in very quickly. I'm pretty sure. A lot of very competitive races. So it's gonna be very interesting. So I'm actually gonna pull up guys, comment down below which state you guys want me to look at first and I'll present it out of the ones I just said. I'm probably gonna do Maryland or Michigan. Maybe Michigan. Michigan's pretty exciting. I want to do one that's like I want to do one that's got like a lot of stuff going on. Red Sea says Maryland. Yeah, probably gonna do Maryland first. Yeah, yeah. I'll present Maryland. Let me pull up Maryland here and get that going for you guys. Um, For all the people that just joined, we have two more people that looks like we just got on. Hello everyone. 8 p.m. poll closings are happening in a minute, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So I'm gonna pull up Maryland. I think that's the one that everyone wants to see. This is probably one of the most like talked about, one of not one of the most. It's pretty competitive. Okay, so this is against Wes Moore and Dan Cox. I live in the state of Maryland, and um, as you guys may know in my governor predictions, I talk about how I think Dan Cox is going to win. Now, the odds are against him. Okay, he hasn't received the endorsement from Larry Hogan, incumbent governor. Larry Hogan hasn't endorsed or supported any candidate right now. He supported Kelly was his pick, but for him not to back party, I think is pretty sad to me. I mean, not pretty sad. I think it's low for the guy. Like I have a lot of respect for the governor. I agree on the governor with a lot of things besides 2020, the handling of COVID. But with taxes and the way he's running the state, I agree mostly 100% on, maybe around 90%. Okay. You know, if he wouldn't have handled COVID in the way he did, I would say that I support the guy, but because that I don't agree with this administration. All right, so polls have closed. Maryland polls have closed. 8 p.m. We're waiting to see these results. This is a very close, very competitive race. A lot of people think it's going to be within like 17 points, 14 points. I really don't think so. I think it's going to be like at the most. I think it's going to be at the most 4 points at the most. Maybe even not. Maybe even 2 points at the most. So yeah. Um. So also the Attorney General of Maryland. Um. We have Michael Brown, or not Michael Brown, Anthony Brown versus Michael Peruka. Michael Peruka is the Cox endorsed Republican candidate running for Attorney General. He has a decent shot, but Anthony Brown is so well known, and he is a very he's a very well known name across the state. Former lieutenant governor, ran for governor against Larry Hook in 2014, lost. He's probably gonna win, but it's just a big it's just something to watch out for. Okay, so let's see. Ji Koog. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right. He says it seems a red wave is coming. I have been checking other channels, and all predictions are showing big wins for Republicans. Yes, very big wins for Republicans. Let's see. Um, shoot, sorry. Um, C Red says Lockdown Larry is a rhino. Yes, Lockdown Larry. He is a rhino. Um, I call him Liberal Larry. So yeah, I do call him Liberal Larry. That's my little nickname for him. So yeah, Wes Morgan, Dan Cox, very interesting race. Let's move over to the Attorney General. And then I'll talk about the Senate race. The Senate race, it's gonna go for Chris Van Hollen. But I'll talk about that in a second when we get to that. So, like I said, races against Anthony Brown and Michael Peruka. Anthony Brown is a former lieutenant governor, and he is the O'Malley administration. Him and Martin O'Malley were lieutenant governor for 8 years. And Michael Peruka is, as the left media calls him, a QAnon whack job right wing theorist who and is an election denier. That's what the left media calls him. The guy is just a businessman who's fed up with the policies of our state and with the government, and he's running for attorney general. Just because he's running as an attorney general has a different political view as someone, that makes him a QAnon conspiracy theorist, an election denier, and a far right bigot, as what they would say. Yeah, that's the left for you. They they um they take everything to a new extreme level for absolutely no reason, and they don't want to play by the rules, and this is what you get. So yeah, it's not anything to be it's not anyone you really want to support. But so we haven't any results here yet. Um so yeah. The the first counties to come in are probably going to be the more rural counties. Um, with probably like let's see, this is I think this is Allegheny or Garrett County. Yeah, Garrett County. I think that's Washington. Yeah, Washington County. No, Allegheny. So Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, very conservative. Um, I think that they'll come in around first. Frederick, Carroll, Baltimore, Eastern Shore, Talbot County, Wilmington County. So we'll keep this pulled up here. The line. Actually, I'm gonna stop sharing right now. Once some results come in. So yeah. So Maryland, it's probably gonna take a little bit longer for it to come in. Yeah, it still hasn't come in. So yeah, so the Senate race here in Maryland. So that is the incumbent senator is Chris Van Hollen. He is running against Chris Chafee, the Republican candidate. Chris Chafee a good a good guy, like a good candidate, but in the state of Maryland, it's so democratic, and we haven't elected a Republican senator in like 60 years or something. It's something ridiculous. So I don't think he'll win. He has a decent shot, but state of Maryland. So as I said earlier, guys, every couple hours I'm probably gonna take a break, so I'll have some video clips playing in the meantime of that. But so yeah, so I'm gonna look at Michigan, just to see what's going on there. Just see if Tudor Dixon and Gretchen Whitmer have any results coming in. State of Michigan, I mean, yeah, Michigan is trending more and more to the left, but I've seen it like in governorships and stuff. It's been trending more and more to the left. On the national level, it's pretty conservative overall, but love to see. Yeah, no results in Michigan either, so it's probably going to take a little while for results to come in. So I'll look at Texas since that's part of the poll closing. Yeah, so Texas, I'll load the page Texas up. Um, so yeah, let me check back here with Maryland while we're waiting on Texas. Yeah, no results yet, so it'll take a little while, like I projected. I projected, I should say. So in the meantime, I'm gonna check on. Okay, so yeah, so Texas is coming, one county, Dallas. Nothing to be really excited about. Beta Rook is leading. Yeah, Beta Rook is yeah, he's leading. So I'm gonna go back to no Florida. I'm gonna go back to Florida because I'm actually very curious to see what's going on in Florida. Um, okay, so there's some pretty big news in Florida, and I'm going to be presenting. So hope you guys enjoy that in a minute. Here, let's see. Present. Yeah, so Florida is like it's it's kind of mixed. If that makes sense. Like it's got times where it leans Democrat, other times it leans Republican. Yeah, okay. So if y'all can see here, Florida, Marco Rubio's already been called the winner here. Almost I think almost every single county. Yeah, almost every single county has been called. Okay, and he's at 55.7% from Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio's at that 73% in the votes in. Okay, Valdez is at 43.2%. Now, right here are the counties that come in at 8 o'clock. So they're going to take a little bit more time to come in. And these counties right here have to come in. So we'll be waiting on them. Let me jump over to the governor. I'm going to project that they've already called it for Ron DeSantis. So we'll see once this loads. Ron DeSantis, he is probably he's probably like now when I jump over here, whenever this page will load. All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing at the moment just because this stupid page won't load. When it loads, I'll come back in. Um, but yeah, so Florida, come on. Okay, guys, Ron's crushing it right now. All right, this is actually kind of hilarious. I should have put it as a safe margin in my last prediction. I probably just gave it away. All right, so 57.8% for Ron DeSantis, to 41.6% for Charlie Crist. That is absolutely insane. Ron DeSantis has won Miami-Dade County, okay, with over 10 or 9% of the vote, 9% voter share more. 29,536 for Ron DeSantis. Chris is 73,592. That is absolutely insane. That's just outstanding performance there. Yeah, I told like absolutely the total count right now for Ron DeSantis is 3,551,350 votes for Ron DeSantis, and Charlie Crist has 504,637 votes. Yeah, a clear, easy 2,000 or 2 million or a million more votes, I should say. Okay, we have more counties coming in. These counties over here is just going for Ron DeSantis. Let's see what this county is. Yeah, so it's still coming in. This part of the state has kind of like low population. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm gonna stop sharing. I'll go and check on Maryland. Okay, so still no results in Maryland, which kind of stinks. It's probably gonna take a little while. Let me check on, let's see, Georgia. Let's go back to Georgia. We haven't checked Georgia in a while. So Georgia, you know, once I okay, okay. So Georgia is really narrowing up in the governor. I mean, in the Senate. So I'm gonna share my screen for you guys on Georgia. Yeah. So C Red says, "Sweet, let's go Florida." Yep. Ron DeSantis is already the projected winner. He'll serve 4 more years in uh in Florida. So that's amazing. Charlie Crist, I guys, like Charlie Crist, he wasn't gonna win either way, even if Ron DeSantis' approval rating was down or anything like that. He wasn't gonna win. So let me share my screen, get to Georgia here for you guys. It's pretty interesting. So Raphael Warnock is at 54.7% to Herschel Walker's 43.6%. Yeah, so we're doing so Herschel Walker's doing very well in the state against an incumbent, and I'm surprised that Raphael doing better than this. So yeah, let's go over to the governor. Let's go over to the governor here. I'm very excited for Maryland, Maryland, also uh, Michigan, Florida, Georgia, like all these states. I'm very, very excited about. Okay, so Stacey Abrams is at 51.4%. Wow, wow, she's doing really well. For very surprised that Brian Kemp isn't doing very well. Yeah, I'm very, very surprised. But we have a lot more time to cover this, so things can change. Um, so yeah, I'll stop sharing and then I'll look at, let's see. I'm gonna go back to North Carolina and see. North Carolina, yeah, it's not looking too good for Ted Budd right now. Yeah, it's not really worth showing. Cherry Bees is at 53.7% and Ted Bud's at 44.6%. Yeah, it's interesting. Ted Bud's probably gonna do a lot better later on the night, but we're at 50. Oh, actually, we're over 50% here, and this is looking pretty sketchy right now. I don't know. Um, so I'm gonna go look at Maryland now and see if there's any results in. Yeah, so still no results for Maryland. I won't see any for a while. I'm gonna go to back to Florida, check on Ron DeSantis. He's gonna carry the state with a very comfortable margin. Yeah, Ron DeSantis is improving 57.7% for Ron DeSantis to Charlie Crist's 41.6. Yeah, we can just keep looking at this for a while. I'm gonna take a break here in about 10 minutes. So yeah, just so you guys know, I'll be back in like 5 minutes once I take a break. So I got some encouraging videos and speeches that I'll play for you guys while we're waiting. So yeah, all right. So we'll look at Florida real quick. Hopefully within the next 10 minutes or so, we get some more results to get some results from 8 p.m. poll closings. So Florida, Ron DeSantis is at 57.7%. Charlie Crist is 41.6%. So I'm gonna look at the Senate. I'm gonna guess Marco Rubio is doing pretty well. So yeah, Mark 56.2% to Val Demings 42.8%. Yeah, he's gonna do very well. He's doing very well, I should say. All right, I'm gonna go back to Ohio. Let's check on Ohio because Ohio has some pretty important races. Eh, all right, this is amazing. All right, so 25% in. I'm gonna present my screen. This is looking very promising for my fellow Ohioans. Anyone out there who's in Ohio, lives in Ohio, this is amazing stuff for y'all. So, state of Ohio, we have Mike DeWine, the incumbent. He's the projected winner at 53.4% against Nan Whaley's 46.5%. Um, Yeah, this is amazing. All right, let's go over to Senate. Let's go over to Senate because we got Tim Ryan versus JD Vance, like I said earlier. But I want to see what the margins are now. We let probably about like 20 minutes or 15 minutes go by without checking Ohio. So, oh wow, this is interesting. Tim Ryan's doing fairly well. Huh. Um, I'm I'm really shocked. And we're only 26%, and so we could see a little bit more. We got a lot of more counties to go. County split too, so I'm not too worried. So yeah, Advance 50% to JD Vance is 42.7%. Um, yeah, so basically, yeah, he's doing very well in the cities and surrounding areas like Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, doing very well around there, and also around the surrounding counties. I think he used to represent from around this area, around Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken. Someone comment down in the comment section and tell me actually uh, where he represented from in the congressional district. I don't remember exactly which congressional district he represented. Wyatt Tomlin would know if you guys ask him. I should probably ask him. He knows a lot about Tim Ryan. He basically, like, worships the guy in a way. Um, but yeah. So, I'm gonna check on Maryland, see how my friend Dan Cox is doing. Yeah, still no results here. Um, I'll check on Michigan now. Yeah, Michigan. Okay, so we have results in Michigan, so I'm gonna be presenting now. Let's see. Who's this? C Red says, I got my rally cap on for Cox. um, I got my I got a Trump or like a Let's Go Brandon shirt on right now, so doing pretty well, right? Um, you know, I actually this shirt actually is it actually says the biggest threat to America or to the United States isn't climate change, it's Joe Biden is what it says. So, you know, it's a nice. I mean, I always wear it whenever I go to if I ever see like a Moore rally or something like Westmore rally, I always like to try and wear this shirt. So, all right, so I'm gonna pull up Michigan here. Um, I'm gonna share it. Let's see. Let's pull up Michigan. So hold on. So Michigan's interesting because we got so Tudor Dixon is running against Gretchen Whitmer. Gretchen Whitmer is like the incumbent Democrat governor in the state. So, you know, so I'm gonna I'll pull up Michigan here. Yeah, it was my page was just taking a little bit to load, so that's why I stopped presenting. Sorry about that, guys. Um, so yeah, I'll pull it up now since it loaded. So we've got 5 viewers. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm a small channel, so hello to all you out there. Thanks for joining me on election night 2022. All right, so I'm pulling up Michigan right now. So Gretchen Whitmer's at 79.3% to Tudor Dixon's 19.3%. I mean 19.9%. I'm sorry. That's only because this county right here came in for Gretchen Whitmer. Yeah, Oakland County. This is right near like right around Detroit. Um, it's kind of near Grand Rapids. No, I mean not necessarily, but somewhat close. You know, the surrounding areas around Detroit are going to be very Democratic, very liberal areas. So only 2% in. We got a long ways to go, and I hope Tudor Dixon does well. But yeah, we'll see. So I'm gonna check in with Maryland now. Yeah, so for some reason we still don't have any results in for Maryland. Um, so C Red says check Maryland, buddy. And he also said, what's this? Just saw maybe some bad news. Okay, I'll check Maryland. My thing doesn't have anything for Westmore nor Dan Cox right now. It says 0.0% in at the time. I'll refresh the page and let you know what I get. Yeah, there's nothing in on Maryland right now on NBC. Here I can present. Um, see Red, can you put down in the comments what you saw? Um, I'll present my screen and show you guys Maryland. I didn't see any. There's nothing for Maryland right this second. Yeah, if you guys can see this, there's nothing in for Maryland. Um, I mean, I can check the Senate race if maybe you're talking about a different race, but there's nothing in Maryland right now. 0% in. Both candidates have 0% in. Yeah, it's loading. Yeah, also, in the Senate race, 0% in. So if you saw something, please comment down below so I can see because I don't see anything right now at the moment. Check Associated Press. Okay. I'm not gonna do that at the moment just because I, I can't pull up I have too many tabs open, and I don't wanna pull up too many, so I'll just wait until stuff comes in. Um, yeah, so all the house districts, nothing's in. Um, I'll check, attorney general. Maybe there's some stuff in. Yeah, I don't. There's nothing in for governor, senate, or congressional districts. The house. I'll check. Yeah, attorney general. There's nothing in for the attorney general. So I'm going to take a break here, and I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play you guys a clip here. I will, if this page would load, I'm gonna play it for you guys. Um, so basically, I don't see any results in. So I'm gonna when I come back, we're gonna check some states like Massachusetts and other states that have uh, Trump endorsed candidates, Republican candidates running. So yeah, we'll check that in a minute when I get back. So um, so if you if you guys see any results come in other places, just tell me in a comment section so I can find it. Um, so I'm gonna present this, and yeah, share screen. Let me present this up for you guys. I'm trying to show you. Um, trying to show you a video if it would load. Okay, so I'll pull up this here. So yeah,
Maryland is a land of hope. From the Allegheny and Blue Ridge Mountains to the Chesapeake Bay, to our farmlands and fisheries and financial districts. I love our state, its history, its people, and I believe in its future. I'm State Delegate Dan, and I'm running for governor. I'm a son of Maryland. My roots are here in the old line state. It was the early part of my life growing up here in Hamilton Gardens, Prince George's County, with great memories. I worked my way through Mount St. Mary's as a lifeguard, was head of the college Republicans, and competed as a decathlete. It was here at the United States Naval Academy where I, competing as an athlete from Mount St. Mary, blew my hamstring out, then took a new direction to be a constitutional attorney and state delegate. Beautiful Maryland girl named Valerie. That was a couple decades ago. Since then, we've raised and scrapped and saved to have a home. freedom is what's meant great. But for the last 2 years, we have experienced unprecedented assaults on those freedoms in the form of heavy-handed mandates and lawless violence in the streets. If Marylanders want change, they look to action. Here's my track record. As a state delegate here in Annapolis, I fought efforts to defund the police in my committee, and I won. Importantly, I fought HB 650, a bill which would have granted emergency powers to the governor to indefinitely seize private property without remuneration. And I won. I fought for small businesses by sponsoring legislation for tax relief, and I won. Recently, I put a bill in to ban vaccine passports, but powerful interests prevented it from being put to a vote. Count on me to correct that problem on my first day in office as your governor. I will end the mandatory jabs for jobs and restore our medical freedom. I will roll back the never-ending unconstitutional executive orders which are turning Maryland away from our values. I will end Maryland school programs which teach our children to hate their country and each other. I will do what many past administrations have been unwilling to do, and that is to use the governor's discretionary budgetary power and line item veto to return the taxpayer dollars to the people. Your governor must have the courage to take a divided state and unify Maryland by treating all people with dignity and respect. As governor, I will defend the Maryland and federal constitutions and restore power to the people. I will be your voice. I'm not running alone. Supporting my campaign are thousands of Marylanders who want to see power restored to the people. They're tired of the lockdowns, the unconstitutional mandates, and the heavy-handed treatment of Maryland's children, families, and businesses. Along for this journey of freedom is my Lieutenant Governor candidate, Jordana Schiffinelli. Get to know this important woman. She's a mother of three, attorney, a law and economics professor at Annapolis, and is married to a United States Green Beret. Maryland is the free state. Our rich legacy of liberty was birthed here at our capital in Annapolis when our first great leader proved that America would be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. And it is able to restore freedom to Marylanders who have suffered the heavy hand of government overreach. I'm State Delegate Dan Cox, and I'm running for governor to restore power back to the people.
All right, we're back. So, what do you all think about that? That's a pretty good motivational video there. All right, so I've gotten some comments down here. Um, so C Red has just commented and said WBAL reported Westmore in our new is our new dictator from the Associated Press. Okay, so all right, so then we have Michelle says WJZ is trying to report more as the winner for Maryland with 1% in. Any info on that? Okay, so I'm gonna look right now at on NBC, but with 1% in, there is absolutely no reason why WJZ should be reporting that they said he's the winner. It could be predictions, what they think, but there's absolutely no fact. There's actually absolutely no info stating that he is the winner. So I'm gonna look at Maryland right now, and I'll present you guys on that. Yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, for some reason on what I have, there's no Maryland at the moment. So I'm gonna pull up a couple different sites and try and find some info on Maryland. So I'll uh I'll look at that. see. I think I'll look at. I guess I can look at BBAL here. Hold up. See. Okay, so all right, so basically we have okay, so the Associated Press does have Westmore winning by 1% in. Okay, that makes absolutely no sense. There's only wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this because this makes no sense. So basically, so there's 1% in with the vote. Okay, not even there's only like 4 counties that are in right now in Maryland. So I'm gonna show you what I have pulled up here. All right, so basically, if you guys can see this, it says Dan Cox, Westmore. Dan Cox, the vote percentage is 61.3% with 2,267 votes in. Westmore with only 35% and 1,295 votes. There's only 2 counties for Westmore. That is Anne Arundel County and I think that's Montgomery County. And so then there's 3 counties for Dan Cox, and they're calling Westmore the winner. Okay, Prince George's County just came in for Westmore. So I don't understand why they're calling it already if uh if there's no actual percentage. I mean, if it says up here there's only 1% reporting. So that to me that doesn't make any sense. Um Yeah, so basically, as more votes come in, I mean, Anne Arundel just went for Cox, so it's going to be, counties are going to go back and forth a lot in the state of Maryland. So, because the state of Maryland, I think right here, this is Worcester County, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the county that it is. That's that has Ocean City in it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that has Ocean City, Maryland. In it. So across the state, there are more. I mean, Dan Cox is leading. Oh yeah, he's leading in like a lot of these counties. So I don't know why they're saying that. So I'm gonna pull up NBC and see if they've. Okay, I don't. There's ads everywhere. Okay, so this is all right. So basically, we have all right. Dan Cox is leading. Okay, there's no counties that have been won. If we look right here, these colors are lean colors, so that it's leaning towards them. The solid colors are the ones that he has won, and he's not. He has not won none of them. So I don't know what the deal is with calling it for more, but as I can say, all I can say with that is that there is absolutely no reason why they should be calling it with just this much vote. I mean, there's like no votes in. I mean, Cox only has 5,000 votes. He has more votes than Moore. Ha, play on words. More votes than Moore. That's a tongue twister there for you. But he's winning more percentage, more votes, and they're still calling it for more. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't I don't see. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So the media is that bad. This is what C Red says. All right, let's read here. All right, so the media is that bad. They are terrible. I will get my results from you. Getting off the floor now. Okay. Michelle C. She says I would be surprised if more won because we're. I wouldn't be surprised if more won because we're a blue state. But that's silly to call the race. Yes, it is. It doesn't make any sense. And C Red says fake news. Yes, it is fake news. The Associated Press is fake news. Let's see. C Red says I want more freedom. I won't come from the West. It won't come from the West. I do you mean West like Westmore, not West? If that's what you're saying, yeah, I could totally agree with you. Um, look, what I mean, Dan Cox is still winning, and right now, okay. So the fact that they're still calling it for Westmore doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay. That just doesn't to me. That honestly makes zero sense. Um, let's see. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna go off of this site for Maryland just because it's the only site that has adequate information right now, that has real information. Okay, Cox is at 60.9% right now. He's doing very well in the early count. I'm actually surprised he's actually winning the early count because most of the time Democrats across the country normally do well in early voting, or I mean, early counting of the vote. So the fact that Cox is winning is somewhat promising um, for the true patriots of Maryland. But yeah, so uh, C Red, he says, or he says yes, yeah. So okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for right now and let's see, what time is it? All right, 8:42. Okay, so 9 p.m. poll closings are happening in around 15 minutes. Around okay, so I'll read you guys all the polls that are the states that are going to be closing their polls at 9 p.m. So 9 p.m. is like one of the second biggest uh polling places, or the states that close their polls. And so if we go down here, I'm just trying to let this page load here. But yeah, so the fact that they're calling it for Westmore, I don't understand. Like, okay, if they were doing that for Dan Cox with 1% in, I would still say that there needs to be more time to count the votes. I'm not being one-sided here. It's just that there's no reason why they need to call it with 1% in. If it were 75% and 85% in, yeah, call it for Westmore if that's what we have. But we're not even like we don't even have 50% in. So why call it now? It doesn't make any sense to me. Um, so the states that are closing at 9 p.m. are the states of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, the rest of North and South Dakota. We have Nebraska, the rest of Kansas. We have Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, the rest of Michigan, and New York. So New York is going to be a state that I will watch very heavily, and a state that I definitely want to be watching very closely. So moving back to um here, let's see. All right, I'm gonna look at uh Michigan now. So I'm very curious to see what's going on in Michigan if Tudor Dixon is doing very well. Okay, so we do have some more results in Michigan. So I'm gonna present my screen to Michigan. Um yeah, don't worry guys. We're gonna go back to Maryland after in a little bit. But yeah, I definitely want to go back to Maryland because it's very interesting how they're doing this. I'm wondering if they're trying to rig it. So Gretchen Whitmer is 59.9% to Tudor Dixon's 38.8%. So we have many counties for Tudor Dixon and a few counties for Gretchen Whitmer. Now, remember that this part right here of Michigan does it is in a different time zone with Wisconsin. So those things happen, but will um, at 9 when the ones come in. So we just gotta wait for them to come in. But so also let's look at Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania has Doug Mastriano in, and I definitely want to pull up Pennsylvania and see what's going on there between Josh Shapiro and Doug Mastriano. Um, okay, so it's not looking too good for my friend Doug. He is he yeah the numbers speak for themselves, but we are very early in the race. And so, yeah, I'll show you guys what we've got here. So basically, Doug Mastriano is trying to run a grassroots campaign, which is good, but fairly of them work. Fairly any of them really uh, candidates win. So right now, Josh Shapiro is at a whopping 84% to Doug Mastriano's 14.6%. He only has a few counties, but I will say it's in that this is going to narrow up much better once it comes closer. If Doug Mastriano doesn't win, Josh Shapiro is going to get around a 1 to 2 point margin. That's my prediction as of tonight. If Doug Mastriano doesn't come close to winning, Josh Shapiro is going to win it with at least a 2 point margin. So that's my take on that. Let's look at the Senate between John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. Okay, so after that debate, if y'all watched it, it was literally like a Saturday Night Live script or show, I should say. And just like Josh John Fetterman is doing Josh Shapiro is. So it's just early votes. So early votes for Democrats or early voting. The votes come in very early. They always Democrats always outperform the Republicans. But once you get 12, 13, 20% in, Republicans start catching up. It's those counties that the heavily populated counties already have put in their have already come reported. So we've got a lot more to go, and this one's gonna take a while. I guarantee you, it's gonna take a pretty long while. So I'll stop sharing. I'm gonna look back at Maryland now. Um, yeah, so y'all are probably gonna want to see this because it's very, very interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, C Red says I love fracking. Yes, fracking. Duh duh duh. Yeah, so basically we had so the debate, the moderator literally said um there that back in 2018 when he ran for lieutenant governor, he said that he was opposed fracking, always has been and always will be. But now he says that he is for fracking and always has been and always will be. And yes, to see red, he did say that, okay? And then she said, but Mr. Fetterman, there is that 2018 interview when you said that you oppose fracking. And he came back and just stuttered a bunch of words together and said basically what C Red's saying, duh duh duh. So yeah, that's John Fetterman for you, and that could very likely be the next senator of Pennsylvania. Good job, Pennsylvania, for putting that person up. So I'm gonna pull up Maryland now because we have some we have some good news for right now. I just I don't understand. Either they accidentally, which I completely there's like 0% chance they did. If they accidentally called it for Westmore already, but literally right here, Dan Cox is at 62% over Westmore and 10,000 votes for Cox against 5,000 votes for Moore. So yeah, I really doubt that Westmore's winning just because of numbers, because numbers speak for themselves, not what the Associated Press is saying. Okay, so more counties just come in. Carroll County, Frederick County. I think this is what is it? Washington County. Um, so Kent County is voted for Kelly Schultz over 10 points against Cox in the primary. A little bit closer than expected. Oh, never mind. Okay, Kent County just came in, so it just went for Cox. So I guess I guess I should just wait on predicting counties now. So yeah, but counties can flip. Now this one's I think this is Worcester County. I'm pretty sure it's Worcester County. That is gonna go Republican, definitely. It's definitely going Republican. Um, so yeah. Also, let's look at statewide elections. I'm actually going to see if NBC has political. I like NBC for like results coming in. They're not even showing any yet. It's kind of surprising. So that's NBC. Yeah, I don't know why NBC is not pulling it in because they don't have any information on Cox and Moore in the Maryland gubernatorial election. So I'm kind of surprised about that. Um, so I'll keep watching from this, I guess, Associated Press. But yeah, so I'm gonna pull up the Senate because I'm actually very curious. Let's pull up the Senate here. Okay, so yeah, I can understand why they pull it. That why they so Chris Van Hollen. So Chris Chafee is leading big time. Okay, 14,000 votes for Chris Chafee, and then Chris Van Hollen has 8,471. So what I don't understand. Okay, yeah, Chris Van Hollen is most likely it's like 99% going to win in a state, but right now, why would you? He's not even leading, so why are you calling it for Chris Chafe? I mean, for Van Hollen as well. It's only 1% in. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's look at ballot measures. Let's see what this has to say. I have absolutely no. Let's see what. Oh, okay. So this is some pretty um these are some pretty like these are constitutional amendments to the Maryland Supreme Court. I mean the Maryland Constitution. So these are very important amendments for Maryland. So when these results come for all my Maryland bros out there, I'll definitely make sure to cover that with you guys. For you guys, I should say. Okay, so we're 8 minutes away from the 9 p.m. poll closings happening. So yeah, we're almost here for the second biggest poll closing. So right now here in Maryland, Dan Cox is at 61.8% to Wes Moore's 34.7%. I'm disregarding that they've called it for Moore and Van Hollen just because there is absolutely no evidence saying why they should call it. Just because if that's like just their prediction, but there's no actual facts right here that show it anywhere. So I don't know. That just doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I'm going to stop sharing this, and I'm going to just look at other races at the moment. Um, so comment down what you all think, like how you guys think that it's gonna go in Maryland. I'm actually very curious, just because I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up Georgia because we haven't checked Georgia nor Florida in a while. So let's pull up Georgia. Okay, yeah. Brian Kemp's doing very well. All right, I'm gonna pull up Georgia. So I'm gonna present this for you guys. Let's see, Georgia. Okay, so Brian Kemp is at 52.8% against Stacey A 46.6%. Yeah, like I said, Brian Kemp's gonna get it in a likely margin, 7 to 8% against Stacey Abrams. He's doing very. I don't agree with him, but overall, he's been a pretty good governor in the state of Georgia, way better than Larry Hogan. But so let's look at Senate for Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. One of the most like I guess competitive races for the Senate. Um, on this, it won't load. Here we go. Okay, so oh, this is close. 52% in. Raphael Warnock is at 49.9% to Herschel Walker's 48.4%. Guys, Herschel Walker has a legitimate chance tonight. Like if it doesn't go to a runoff, Herschel Walker's going to get like 51%. Barely. But if it goes to a runoff, if it's actually going to like go for Herschel Walker because Democrats do normally do really well in runoff elections in Georgia. But yeah, we'll watch this for a little bit. I'm gonna check the live chat. Um, I don't want any more of that play on words. I get it. All right. That's yeah. So Georgia is going to be very very competitive. Yeah. So it's gonna be very interesting. Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock. Yeah, it's they're both so the interesting thing about them both is they both can appeal to the African American um like I guess community or like the African American vote. So basically it's like African American like Trump voters are gonna like Republicans are most likely gonna vote for Herschel Walker. And then Democrat African Americans are probably gonna vote for Raphael Warnock. But since they're both African American, it's gonna be very interesting to see which one can appeal more to that community. I'm very curious of which one would do better. Herschel Walker did very well in the debate between Raphael Warnock and him. And you know, debates this year have definitely said a lot. I mean, we look at many states and many states. Definitely worth noting. So yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing at the moment. I'm gonna go back here and just look at some other races at the moment. So no more results have come in at the moment. Um, but Dan Cox does lead with 16,000 255 votes to Westmore's 9,316. So this is really good news for Maryland. Let me check if NBC has reported anything. Hopefully they have because I do like NBC over the Associated. Okay, yeah. So they have reported. All right. So it's coming in now. So I'll check NBC and the Associated Press. What I think that NBC does is I think that they actually wait until a solid amount of votes come into a county until they actually report it. So I think that's why it's taking them a while to report. So I'm gonna share the screen on NBC and I'll let you guys know. So I'll do that now. Okay, let's see, Maryland. All right, so this is that we have Dan Cox at 55.6% to Westmore's 44.4%. So this is Cecil County right here, um, and he's leading, but that's only 15 votes, 12 votes. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna stick with the Associated Press just for now, just because it's taking forever for them to bring in Maryland. So let's look at Senate in Maryland. I wonder if they have anything for Senate. Probably not, or it might be very minimal if they do. Yeah, same county. Uh, this is Cecil County. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So they're just gonna take a while to come in NBC. So so no more counties have come in for Maryland on the Associated Press, but the vote count has gone up for Cox and Moore. Cox is now at 16,345 to Moore's 9,336. David Lashar, the Libertarian Party's candidate, only has a 511 votes. David Harding, the Working Class Party's nominee, only has 249 votes, and Nancy Wallace, the Green Party, has only 196 votes. So, yeah, you can basically say that the United States is a two-party system for the most part. So, I guess I will look at. Oh yeah, I want to look at Florida. I want to show you guys Florida. And then we'll look at North Carolina and Ohio because yeah, because they're okay. So let's see how much is left. All right, I'm gonna present for you guys because we have big news in um was it Florida? So basically Marco Rubio is running for another term, and also um Ron DeSantis is running for re-election. So Marco Rubio is doing way better than expected. A complete safe margin for me. 57.3% from Marco Rubio versus and Val Demings at 6%. All counties are reported, and we are at 85% of that's 1,133,700 votes to Val Demings. 3,000,000 two was it 200 and no, I'm sorry, 2,760 votes for Val Demings. Let's look at the governor. Let's look at governor race. So, Ron DeSantis versus Charlie Crist. When this loads, I will show you. Wow, this is embarrassing for Charlie Crist. 58.9% for Ron DeSantis and 40.4% for Charlie Crist. So this is basically a point margin, a 20-point margin, and we still have like we still have a lot more to go, a lot more votes to count. We're only at 85% in. The estimated remaining votes is 1,295,622. Ron DeSantis is 4,246,000. Oh, okay. Scratch that. Ron DeSantis has now 4,009,929 to Charlie Crist 2,912,676 677, sorry, votes. So we're almost to a 20-point lead from Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna say this is a safe margin. Yeah. All right. So let's look at next. We'll look at how about why don't you guys tell me? Do you want to look at North Carolina or Ohio next? I think I'm gonna do Ohio. All right, see Red. I'll see you later. Um, so let's do actually hold on. What time? Yeah, 9:05. All right, polls have closed in the states. Let's look here. We have one of the second largest poll closing across the state. So we have big news for across the country. For all my Arizona lovers out there, for all my people uh, for Central, guys, this is your time. We have many states polls closing. We have states that decide the balance of power and states that are very, very important for the 2022 midterm elections. So I'm gonna start here looking at all the states at 9 p.m. So I'll read them again to you guys for probably like the fourth time. So the states are, let me scroll down here. All right. So the states are Arizona, New Mexico, the rest of Texas, Louisiana, Colorado, Wyoming, the rest of North and South Dakota, the rest of Kansas, all of Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, the rest of Michigan, Iowa, New York, and that is all. So we we have a lot of poll closings happening now. So let's look at let's look at actually let's look at New York. I'm actually curious. So I'm gonna pull up New York. I'm gonna load New York. And when this when this comes in, all right, so we do have results in for New York. So let's I'll present here. All right, New York. For everyone out there that's in New York, we have Kathy Hochul is at 75% to Lee Zeldin's 25%. 381,136 votes for Kathy Hochul. Lee Zeldin has 127. Scratch that. Kathy Hochul had 383,339 votes to Lee Zeldin's 128,326. So doing pretty well. What's this county right here for Lee Zeldin? Staten Island is going for Lee Zeldin right now. So that's pretty good. That's good. Um, so yeah, let's see what this is. Queens, yeah, of course, Queens is gonna go for Kathy Hochul. All right, so all right, I want to look at Arizona because Arizona has Blake Masters versus versus Mark Kelly and Katie Hobbs versus Carrie Lake. And as I'm looking right now, there is no report on Carrie Lake and Katie Hobbs, and no report on Blake Masters and Mark Kelly. So, with that being said, let's um let's look at let's see. I think Nevada hasn't come in. Let's look at Ohio. Let's just see what's going on with JD Vance and Tim Ryan. Okay, so Ohio is really interesting right now. But it is only 41% in. Okay, so I'm going to present this. I'm going to show you guys what's going on in Ohio. Um, this is a very competitive race in the state of Ohio. Um, so I'll show you. So basically, it's been back and forth for JD Vance and Tim Ryan. And to me, right now, it looks like Tim Ryan's leading with 51.2% to JD Vance's 48.7%. Um, never mind. JD Vance is closing the gap, 50.4% for Tim Ryan to JD Vance's 49.6%. So yeah, he's doing pretty well now. I been more confident about this. Let's go JD Vance. But yeah, let's look at the governor of Ohio. I'm actually curious now. Curious to see how Nan Whaley and and um and I'm sorry, what's Mike DeWine doing? Yeah, like I thought, she is going to do absolutely horrible. 43% of the percent M, and Mike DeWine, he's 59.7% to Nan Whaley's 40.2%. This is the state of Ohio, a state that in 20 and in 2016 with over 8% of the vote. Do people really think that Nan Whaley is going to win in the state of Ohio? I don't think Stein is winning big time in the state, and he's already the projected winner. So very interesting. I'm gonna stop presenting here, and I'm gonna look at Maryland real quick just before I go. Um, I'm actually confused right now because okay, so we had Dan Cox winning with over 60%, and the voter share around 16,000 votes. And I'm confused because apparently now all the counties that were called, oh, there must have been a glitch in the system. Wait, what? What? How did that? How did we just jump from? Hold on. We just had we just had Cox winning with 60%, and now it dropped down and it erased all the counties and voter share, and now it's up and West Moore's winning. How what? I'm actually like concerned right now because like why did all the votes go away? And why seconds later did it just go for more? Um yeah, I have no words here. This is this is interesting. I yeah, I actually have no words whatsoever. So it says 11% reporting. What in the world is going on here? 57.3% for Westmore and 39.9. If everyone who's watching knows what in the world? 62.3%? I am legitimately concerned right now. I honestly don't know what is going on because there is you all are watching this live right now. You're watching this go up, and you saw that it was just in the 60% for Dan Cox. I came back, and all of the counties were gone, all of the voter share were gone, and now we're like this. There is something going on here. There is definitely something going on here. Um, yeah, I uh, I don't understand. How did Frederick County just go for more? I I'm pulling up I'm pulling up NBC right now just to see what's going on because this is like this doesn't make any sense right now. See, NBC still has it for Cox at 55.6. 6%, but it only has 0% of the votes in. This is really weird. I don't I honestly am speechless right now because I legitimately don't know how any of that just happened. The the Where did they all go? Okay, so I'm gonna keep this tab open, but I'm gonna stop presenting. Let's look at Massachusetts. I mean, not Michigan. I'm sorry, Michigan, and let's see what's going on in Michigan because that's Tudor Dixon and Gretchen Whitmer. Okay, so Tudor Dixon's doing pretty well. Gretchen Whitmer only has about like a 6 point lead right now. Um, but yeah, that's really really weird. Um, okay. All right, so 10% in, Tudor Dixon's at 41% to Gretchen Whitmer's 43.4%. Um, okay. She's doing pretty good. I don't have any complaints right now. I mean, it's still early voting's coming in still. So, um yeah, 10% in, of course Gretchen Whitmer is going to be winning, but yeah. So, okay, so let's look at I guess we can. Well, let's look at actually since Wisconsin just came in. I'm actually gonna pull up Wisconsin because I actually want to know if Tim Michaels is gonna win here. While I'm waiting, I'm gonna check back. Okay, there's actually something going on right now. Like, okay, there's actually something going on right now. They're definitely rigging something. There's definitely something fishy going on in Maryland. Moore is now at 69.2% with 338,816 to Cox's 28.2%. That is like I don't understand how votes are coming in so quick. They weren't coming in for at least 30 minutes, okay? And now all of a sudden they're coming in like really really fast. I I I I'm I don't have any words. I don't know what to say. I legitimately don't know what to say. Um, yeah, this is definitely weird. Let's check on Pennsylvania. I want to see how my friend Doug's doing. Yeah, I don't buy this either, but it still is coming in slow. Let me present this screen for you guys. So for anyone who has just joined and has missed some things, there's definitely something going on with Maryland. Basically, the last time I looked at it, it was Dan Cox at 16,000 votes and 60%. I come back, let's say 7 minutes later, and now Moore's winning with like 50 some percent. I'm sorry, let me back up. I came back and there was all the votes and all the results were gone, and it came back with just a little bit. Okay. And then as I was pulling up my screen trying to present it to you, it was shot up to 60 some percent for Westmore. Results don't come in that quickly in just like 30 seconds. That makes absolutely no sense. So I'm gonna present Pennsylvania. I I'm I'm wondering what's going on in Maryland. Hopefully some things will get fixed, but I don't understand what's going on in Pennsylvania here. John Fetterman is 0.1% to is 33.5%. Um, yeah. So let's look at the governor. Let's look at Josh Shapiro and Mastriano. I'm gonna pull it up here when this loads. I'm sorry, it's taking a minute. Um, okay, so got improving, but Josh Shapiro's got a big lead of 68 point against Doug Mastriano's 29.5%. Yeah, so it's it's definitely interesting. Um, yeah, but we're only 15% in, so we do have a lot. It's only like 9:20, so I'm gonna check back with Maryland here because I'm actually like studying this race really closely. Okay, so results are narrowing up, but not by much because so Westmore is now at 67.1% and Dan Cox is at 30.3%. I I legitimately don't understand how the numbers jumped that quick, that fast. Literally like 5 minutes before that happened, it was the same around the same amount of votes for it, and for the both candidates, Cox was winning with 60%, and then Moore was at like let's just say like 30%, something like that, 40%, and it completely flip flopped, and all of the counties were gone, all of the results were gone, and now Moore is leading with 67%. I, I that doesn't just happen. That legitimately just doesn't happen. So yeah, I'm actually like speechless right now. Um, so let's pull up North Carolina. Let's see how Ted Budd's doing in North Carolina. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty interesting. It's looking good for Ted Budd. I will admit that. He is leading right now. He is leading with he's leading with 49.5%. The Sherry Beasley's 48.5%. All the counties are in, and Ted Budd's winning. So, so basically, let me check on. I'm gonna look at Arizona now because I'm curious how Kerry Lake's doing. So Kerry Lake and Katie Hobbs both have 0% in. Let me check the Senate. I'm gonna check. Okay, so yeah, nothing in for Blake Masters and Mark Kelly. So yeah, so there is nothing in for them. Um, yeah, I I actually just seriously don't I honestly just don't understand how I don't understand how it just flipped like that. Yeah, 6% for Westmore. Yeah, I'm gonna present this to you guys because that way there's legitimate proof that I'm not just making this crap up. Like, this is like the Associated Press right now. You can look up this on Google. Anyone can see this. Look, I just typed in 2022 Maryland gubernatorial general election. And this is what we get. There is absolutely okay. So now they're going to be filling in states or counties, I should say. Um, let's see what county that is. It won't tell me. No, it doesn't tell me. Okay, well, the I don't. I I honestly don't understand. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So I'm gonna keep sharing my screen while I am pulling some other stuff up just so you guys can see what's going on with that. Um, so yeah, very interesting. I feel like for some reason it's I don't know. It seems really fishy to me. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop this. Let's see. What time is it? No, it's almost 9:30. Let's see uh what polls close at 9:30 if there is any. We're gonna take a break in a minute, um, so I can so I can just get my thoughts together and just take a break and get a drink from talking in a minute. So yeah, I'm gonna figure out what polls close and then I'll jump off of here for like around 6 minutes or something, and I'll get back on. I got another video I want to show you guys. So it's a very good video. So there is no poll closing from 9 to 10. 8:30, we had uh, the state of Arkansas poll closed. Sarah Huckabee Sanders already won there. That was like I didn't even feel like reporting one there because it was like so like that no it didn't even really matter. Um, so yeah, I'm going to just pull something up here for you guys, and I'm gonna check in with some of the results. So just give me a minute so I can pull this up for you all. And yeah, yeah, I legitimately don't understand um what happened because the the results the results they completely the candidates results and numbers flopped to the other candidate. So either there was a mistake from when they posted the stuff, or there is a complete they just had an abundance of votes come in. But I honestly highly doubt that just because 30 seconds ago it was completely different. So yeah, I'm 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 a little shocked. I'm a little concerned from how the voting is going in the state of Maryland, but we'll have to. Um, I'm going to pull this up for you guys now. now, and I will I will be back shortly once this starts, and we will we will have I'll have some more results coming in and everything. So yeah, um,
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities that together we have the same mission. Your life, you will find that things are always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in. Don't back down. And never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts, inscribe values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. It has always been the land of dreams because America is in true believers. When the at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly in that we trust. Why proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with big dreams, humble beginnings. The next of American leaders. Never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage when people put their faith into action. Pray and follow his teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, isn't that interesting? That was a very amazing motivational speech from the 45th President, Donald Trump. Whether you liked Donald Trump as a person or not, he did a lot of good for the United States of America. You have to agree on that. Policy standpoint, economically, and he rebuilt our military. He helped our foreign policy. He did a lot of good for the United States under 4 years. I just wanted you guys to see that video, and I thought it was a good video for tonight. But we do have some problems in tonight's voting system. So Gili Kog said, "How are we doing?" Well, not so great. We have a lot of miscounting, a lot of I'm just going to say it plain out. We have a lot of voter fraud tonight. And in my home state of Maryland, it's not looking pretty. If you all were watching when Dan Cox was leading, we saw that there was 16%, or I'm sorry, 1% in, 60% for Dan Cox. 16,000 votes in. Westmore was around 27%. I leave and I look at other sites. I come back about 5 minutes later and all the results are gone. Besides a few counties. Westmore is up, and Dan Cox is where Westmore was. Westmore had around the same amount of percentage and votes that Dan Cox had. And then within 15, 20 seconds of me talking right there with the page up, I went to pull the page up to show you guys, present it on the screen, and Moore is up at 70%. Every county's in. How does that happen within 15, 20 seconds? It doesn't happen, and it makes no sense. So there is definitely something going on here, and I don't know how long it's going to take us to find out. But I can tell you right now that the margins and the results that are in don't add up. So we'll let it sit for right now. We've got many more hours ahead of us to talk about it. But just keep in mind that some things are not going as planned. Let's see here. Cheryl says praying for our country. Same. Thank you, Cheryl. Um, so we uh we see a lot of states that polls have closed. Okay, so 10 p.m. poll closings are in 20 minutes. Let's go and look at all the polls and states that have closed at 9 p.m. So let's start with New Mexico. I'm going to pull up New Mexico because Mark Ronchetti is running for governor against Michelle Grissom. Okay, she's the current governor, and Mark Ronchetti is more of a moderate Republican, but kind of like he's not moderate on every view, but I would say he's on the moderate side. So I'm going to show you guys what's going on in the state of New Mexico, and it's it's looking good for Michelle Grissom. She's doing very well right now, but Mark Ronchetti is closely behind her. And so when this page loads, with it here, it's loading for some reason. It's not loading for some reason. Here, let's try this again. Here. Okay, so if you all can see this, we have a New Mexico governor race. Um, like I said, Mark Ronchetti is running for governor against Michelle Grissom, and she is leading with 55.7% to Mark Ronchetti's 42.8%. So theoretically, she's doing fairly well in the state. Mark Ronchetti is a very, I wouldn't say Trumpian candidate, but is a very conservative candidate, and I think he'll do fairly well in the state. So moving on, let's look at the state. I don't think Nevada. I think Nevada. I think Nevada is poll closes at 10. Um, Gili Cog says, please let me know if the red wave is coming. Yeah, it should be coming if more of this results aren't coming in like that with like Maryland and Pennsylvania. I mean, John Fetterman is completely destroying Mehmet Oz, and polls have them tied. So I don't understand how that's working. Demastriano's down. Oh, if stuff does change, you know, come back on the stream, come back on later when more polls close and we get more results. But yeah, as of right now, things are looking, you know, decent for Republicans, but not real good right at this moment. Let's look at let's look at Florida. I think everyone's pretty interested in Florida. I just want to, not that there's any races that haven't been called yet. I just want to see what Ron DeSantis is at right now. So when my page loads, I will try to share the results with you. So looking back here at Maryland, all vote counting has stopped for some reason, and I don't know why. It's it's very interesting that all of it has stopped. Just randomly has just stopped counting. So yeah, I don't actually understand why it stopped. Um, so yeah. So I'm definitely not gonna call it for Westmore right now. After what I just saw and the fact that we are only 29% in, all voting has stopped, and there is absolutely nothing more happening. Counties like Frederick County, Howard County, uh, um, uh, Arundel County, these are um, these aren't even like changing. Like they're all wet for Westmore right now. And so like I don't understand how all of a sudden it's just changed from from the margins that we just saw earlier. Yeah, so I'm definitely concerned. Like I'm legitimately concerned right now for all this. Um, so in the state of North Carolina, I'll present this to you guys because this is interesting. So Ted Budd is winning in the state against Sherry Beasley. Sherry Beasley is actually she is losing percentage now, and she's actually lost a couple counties, which is good, which is definitely good for the Republicans. The Republicans definitely need to hold on to North Carolina to be able to take the Senate. Um, 77% is reporting. Ted Budd's at 50.5%. The Sherry Beasley is 47.4%. So yeah, around the main cities like Raleigh, Greensboro, and Charlotte, she's doing very well. And upstate and up in northern parts of North Carolina, it is near the Virginia border and closer to Virginia Beach. It is more Democratic, and we do have a little bit more votes coming in. Ted Budd's at 50.6% against Sherry Beasley's 47.4%. So yeah, that's good for that. Um, and so let's move on to so I actually couldn't load uh load the Florida results right now. I'm actually going to check back with okay. Okay. So right now we are seeing so why is basically what's happened right now is that um the NBC has just called the projected winner for Westmore in the state of Maryland. All results are in for every single county, and I'm going to present to you because honestly, I don't necessarily understand um, all that has happened tonight. So I'm going to present uh, this right now to you guys. Um, so basically, there is 34% in on the NBC report, and, and if you guys can see this right now, Westmore is at 60%. Dan Cox is at 34.8%. Now, what's very interesting is that the state of Frederick County, uh, Westmore is leading in that. Now, this is a county that hasn't voted Democratic in a governor election in a very long time. But if you also look at the percentage that it says 18.7% in. So I know that the margin is very big for Westmoreland, but there's not even 50% in. I think that we should wait at least until 50% in to definitely call this race. Um, so yeah, Worcester County, 62.9%. And Westmore's at 35.1% in the state. And also in the state, I mean in the county in Howard County here, Westmore is 72% has 72% in the state, 34,731 votes. So yeah, I'm very curious of what what has prompted them to call the race already. Um, so let's look at some other margins and let's see. I'll stop sharing this screen. Let's look at New York. I'm gonna pull up New York just to see how Lee Zeldin and Kathy Hochul are doing. So Kathy Hochul is leading right now with 67.5% to Lee Zeldin's 32.5%. So yeah, I will present that until I get more results in the state of Maryland. I'm not calling it for Dan Cox. I mean, I'm not calling for Westmore. I'm sorry, Westmore. Because the fact of what we saw from the Associated Press, and then the fact that they're only 32 or 34% in, and we're calling it. I just don't understand. So here's the state of New York. So Kathy Hochul is at 67.5% to Lee Zeldin's 32.5%. She's leading in a lot of counties of upstate New York, in Buffalo, Albany, New York, the counties around there. New York City. Now, Lee Zeldin did win. What is this? However you pronounce that county. He did win that county, but he also won Staten Island, which is actually kind of surprising. So yeah, that's good. Um, he won Orange County. He also won, let's see, Lewis County. So yeah, he's doing decent in the state. And um so yeah, let's see what Georgia it looks like. I'm gonna pull up Georgia now. So it is very, very close. And I'll present now. So Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker are extremely, extremely close. Um yeah. So I actually think that it might go off to we might go to a runoff, but I'll show you guys what the margins are online here. So Raphael Warnock is at 49.2%, Herschel Walker 48.9%. And if you can see the map right here, there's a lot of red and a good bit of blue. But the problem is that there's three main cities, and Raphael Warnock surprisingly is winning both of those cities around the area. But around Columbus, it's actually Fulton County is no, I'm sorry. Uh Coweta County is for Herschel Walker, and also uh and also Heard County is for Herschel Walker as well. And this is the city of Columbus. So yeah, it's interesting to see this. Let's look at the governor. Brian Kemp versus Stacey Abrams. This race is actually kind of like not really necessarily important, but it somewhat is in case Republicans don't win a lot of governor races across the state. And as we can see, Brian Kemp is doing fairly well with 53.5% to Stacey Abrams 49.8%. So yeah, he's doing fairly well in the state. Um, he has 1,652,726, and Brian Kemp, Stacey Abrams has 416,128. So yeah. So I'm gonna check on the Associated Press back with Maryland. Um, Now they do have Dan Cox coming up in the lead, coming up in votes. So Westmore's margin is shrinking, but Associated Press hasn't brought it down too far yet. But they're still calling it for more for some reason. Um, on NBC, they have Westmore at 62.1% to Dan Cox's 34.8%. I still don't buy that, but okay. Let's see what I'll present my screen. Let's see what the Attorney General is like. First, Michelle says, "Are there any results for the Baltimore County executive race?" So I actually can't see that right this second. I'd have to pull up a more in-depth um area of Maryland on the Maryland website, election website. But I'm not going to do that online right now, just because I don't want to give away my around my location. So that's why I haven't gone in depth in county races. That's all. But I would definitely show you. I would definitely show everyone the nitty gritty parts in the counties if I could. But I just don't want to give too much detail of where I'm actually located, just for safety reasons. That's all. Um, but I will definitely look into that later. So anyway, going back to Maryland, I'm gonna present and let's look at the attorney general race. So this is Michael Peruka versus Anthony Brown. Michael Peruka is should be doing fairly well theoretically. So should Anthony Brown, but let's just see if they've called it yet. I expect it to be around if Anthony I think Anthony Brown's gonna win, but if he does, I think it'll be around a 12-point margin for Anthony Brown against Michael Peruka. Yeah, so it's still too early to call, they say, but it, it's around the same margin for Cox and Moore. So that's kind of interesting how close the map is in margins. It's very that's actually very interesting. I'm gonna, um, I'm gonna look at let's see house races. Look at house races because Neil and David Trone are neck and neck in the county. I mean in the district. Trone is after the redistricting map. He doesn't even live in his district. Um, the fact that he doesn't even live in his district, I don't know. I don't understand why he's even representing there. He lives in Washington, D.C. He has to drive 5 minutes just to get into his district, which doesn't make much sense to me. Why do you represent if you aren't even residing in your district? So, yeah. So also Christine Nome, she has been called she's won a re-election in South Dakota. So yeah. Okay, so far, Andy Harris has won his reelection in District 1. There's no surprise there. So basically, the three main competitive races are Maryland House District 6. That's David Trum and Neil Paris. David Trum's at 51.5% and Neil Paris 48.4%. And District 2 as Dutch Ruppersberger that is against Nicolay Ambrose, 54.2% to 45.7%. So yeah, um, so of course the state of Maryland is going to have more Democrat House seats, but at least Andy Harris held on to his district. So yeah, let's see what ballot measures look like because there's some constitutional amendments that we were voting on. So legalizing marijuana, 65.1% said yes, and 39% said no. Let's see. What else is there? Marijuana. Does it show? I'm guessing it doesn't show anything else. I guess that's the only one that they have counted in for. Yeah, so basically one county that is Garrett County that said no. So yeah, it's like gonna pass. I mean, if someone wants to use it, like I'm not gonna like tell them they can't, but like I don't know. I feel like it yeah, I kind of feel like it should be 20, at least 21 if you can if you yeah, I feel like it should be 21, but whatever. Okay, so chat, see what's going on there. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check on. Let's see, what time is so 10. Okay, so 10 p.m. Polls have closed. Let's see, where have polls closed? So I'm gonna check Arizona next, just because I want to see if the poll if results have come in. It's been over an hour since they've closed, so results should be coming in, like should be in now. So I'll have to see in a minute. So once I load this website, I can tell you guys what polls close at 10, and we will continue from there. Okay, so at 10 p.m. we have the states. Let's see, come on, states of. All right, the states of uh, Montana, most of Idaho, some of Oregon, all of Nevada, and all of Utah. So this means Adam Laxalt and Joe Lombardo in Nevada, Montana, and Idaho, also Utah. So we have some pretty good races coming up very soon in Ohio. So I mean, not in Ohio at 10 o'clock. So yeah, we'll be looking at that. So I'm gonna check in on Wisconsin because I want to see how Tony Evers and Tim Michaels are doing. So 35% is in, and Tony Evers is leading. So let me present this for you guys. Show you guys what's going on in show you guys what's going on in Wisconsin here. So basically, Tony Evers is the incumbent Democrat governor. He is very unpopular, and his approval rating is lower than. I mean, his disapproval rating is higher than his approval rating. Um, so Tim Michaels at Tony Evers at 53.7 to Tim Michaels 45.3%. Yeah. So we got a couple counties left. We got a lot of counties left. That'll just be soon. Let's see Sandella Barnes against Ron Johnson. I'm all my predictions had Ron Johnson winning by a really decent margin against Barnes. So let's just see when this website loads. So we have 34% in, and Mandela Barnes is leading with 51.8% to Ron Johnson's 48%. Um, is the incumbent, so yeah. Yeah, I predicting Ron Johnson's gonna win by like 6%, maybe 55. But yeah, so anyway, let's see what's going on here. So let's look at Arizona if I can load Arizona. I couldn't load it before. I don't know why, but okay. So Arizona still has 0% in. I don't know why. It's been over an hour, and they still have 0% in. I don't understand that. That's kind of weird. Let's look at the Senate. That's the governor race. So I don't think the Senate's going to have any either. I don't know it. Like, yeah, 0% in for the Senate race too. That's weird. Why would okay? All right. So let me pull up Maryland again, and let's see what the governor's race says. Okay, so Moore's lead is shrinking. I'll present. I'll show you guys what's going on there. Um, basically, like, yeah, his lead's shrinking, but it's still way high than I would ever have expected it. I don't know why So Dan Cox is delegate in uh, Frederick County. That's right here. Some of Frederick County, and most of Carroll, and some of Carroll County. And he isn't winning where he is representing. I don't understand that. Um, see what Baltimore County is like in the state. Okay, so 59.5% Westmore and 36.6% for Dan Cox. So yeah, I actually want to see what Frederick County margin is again. Um, okay, so how much is actually in? Like, how much? Let's see. I want to see how much. Only 18.7% in. I don't understand. Okay, so let's see what Carroll County is. Okay, 53.3%, and that's 63.5% for Cox. Yeah, that makes sense. It's Carroll County, but I don't understand why. Yeah, this is weird. This is a really weird like election. Like I don't understand why it's like so. Like there is absolutely no way that Westmore had won um, Anne Arundel County and Frederick County, especially Frederick County. Like, yeah, this is just weird. Um, and the fact that most of these counties aren't even like 100%, like the counties that Westmore is in, they're like not even like 50% in, but all the counties that Cox is in, they're like almost completely done, which makes no sense. Why? Okay, so Cox did just gain and Moore is shrinking. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't actually know. Um, yeah. So, basically, I think that there's definitely something shady going on, but, you know. All right, I'm gonna look at Pennsylvania. Let's just see what's going on in Pennsylvania. Doug Mastriano, good guy, good candidate. So things have very narrowed up, okay? So this is actually really good for Pennsylvania. So I'm going to present and show you guys what's going on in Pennsylvania. Um, yeah. So Pennsylvania has an incumbent Democrat senator, and his name is Tom Wolf. He is he is term limited and he can't run for reelection. So the Democrat candidate Josh Shapiro is the current Attorney General and is running for governor against the Republican candidate Doug Mastriano. Um, and they're both doing fairly well in the state. Um, Doug Mastriano is 56, so Doug Mastriano is 41.2%. And, Doug Mastriano is running a very hard campaign, a grassroots campaign that is very difficult to pull off in a very democratic state like Pennsylvania. Um, so let's look at so the lead has shrunk a little bit, 56.4 for Shapiro and 41.7 for Mastriano. So I'm going to pull up the Senate race and see how Oz and Fetterman are doing. I'm going to guess Oz is narrowing the race up because Fetterman is, he's Fetterman. So I mean, you can't speak much more about that. He's just Fetterman. It's just very unique. Yeah. So the race is really narrowing up here. John Fetterman is at 51.5% to Mehmet Oz is 46%. And we only have 45% in, so we got a lot more to go. We still have 2 million votes to report, over 2 million more report, almost 3 million. So as votes come in, I guarantee you, Oz is going to do very well around the suburbs area and around Pittsburgh here in this area and around in like the T handle area. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's gonna do very well. I think he's gonna improve around this around on the area. So, with that being said, I'm going to look at the state of Michigan. Let's look at the state of Michigan. Let's see how Tudor Dixon and Gretchen Whitmer are doing. So, 18% in, Gretchen Whitmer is at 51.8% to Tudor Dixon's 46.6%. And yeah, she's doing well. Counties are really slowly coming in at 18 percent. I mean 18 percent votes are in right now. So yeah, it's taking a really long time. Let's look at Texas here. Greg Abbott's probably already won, most likely. Beto O'Rourke. Yeah. Wow, I'm actually surprised. 60% in. Yeah, I'll show you guys. It's a little bit closer than we expected it to be. Um, let's see. Cheryl says, "Keep up the good work. We'll check back in a few minutes." Okay, okay, Cheryl. Um, let's see. So I'm gonna pull up Michigan. I mean, I'm sorry, Texas. Texas. I'm gonna pull up Texas, and basically, Greg Abbott is at 53.7% to Beto Brooks 45.2%, and they're both doing good. Um, Beto O'Rourke is going to do better in the southern parts of Texas and around Austin, San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas, all around those big cities. But out in the rural areas of the state and the more conservative areas, Greg Abbott's going to just do very well. He's an incumbent. And he's here well in the state, so incumbents in the state of Texas normally do very well, even if they're Democrat. But they haven't had a Democrat governor in a very long time. But maybe Beto O'Rourke can change that. I doubt he can. I think this is pretty much like a safe state for them both. And yeah, Greg Abbott just improved here, 53.8% to Beto O'Rourke's 45%. So yeah. Um, So I'm gonna look at the state. Let's see. I want to look at the state of Nevada. Let's see how Nevada's doing. So like I said, Adam Laxalt is running for Senate, and Joe Lombardo is running for governor against Steve Sisolak. Steve Sisolak is the incumbent governor of Nevada, and I think Joe Lombardo is going to do very well. Polls closed at 10. That was 13 minutes ago in the state. So it's still too early to call, but we don't have any results in yet. Here, I guess I can show you guys. Let's see. I'm going to pull up Nevada here and show you guys Adam Laxalt and Joe Lombardo. So Joe Lombardo is a current sheriff. I'm pretty sure he works in the police force, and he represents his area very well. Now, if you look at the Senate, Laxalt's running against Catherine Cortez Masto, the incumbent Democrat senator. I think since 2007, she won her election in 2016 and was inaugurated in 2017. But yeah, so Catherine Cortez Masto is running against Adam Laxalt, and polls have Adam Laxalt winning by a very decent amount. So my dad's winning by a lean margin, 2 to 4 point margin. And so I'm going to stick by that prediction. I think he's going to do very well in the state. So with that being said, let's move on to Ohio. Let's see how JD Vance and Tim Ryan are doing. So Nan Whaley against uh, Mike Mike DeWine. They were running. They were both running against each other, and Nan Whaley was the Democrat, and Mike DeWine is the incumbent governor, and he has a very well approved rating. He is a very good governor, and he's been doing very well in the state. And so, with that being said, he has a very. I'm going to show you guys, but he has an amazing margin, okay, with margins that no other governor I don't think right now has. Um, he's a very Trumpian candidate in a very Trumpian state, and that works very well with the people of Ohio. He is winning here against Nail Whaley. Almost every single county is in, and he's winning with 63.4% to Nail Whaley's 36.5%. This is absolutely amazing for Mike DeWine. He's my second favorite governor. I'm sorry, my third favorite governor. Um, and he's a very good governor. He's a very good uh, person, a very good guy. He's very good. I should say. He represents the state very, very well, and I think that he'll continue to do that in the next 4 years. He's projected winner. He'll go on to serve 4 more years. And about J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan. This is a Senate seat that Democrats really needed to pick up if they were going to lose Pennsylvania, lose Arizona, lose also Nevada. They had to pick up Ohio and keep Arizona. And polls don't have it working. Don't have Democrats winning Ohio. They don't have Democrats winning in Nevada and then in Arizona. 0.1%. They still haven't called it. 73% in. Should call it fairly soon. Maybe around 80% they'll call in. But they still have 1 million votes in, so they do need to finish counting those votes. Almost 54%. It's pretty respectable margin across the state. Early on Tim Ryan was winning with a decent margin, but now it's really going for J.D. Vance. So I'm gonna what North Carolina has with Ted Budd. Ted Budd is running for senator in the state of North Carolina, and he is winning right now with 50.8% to Sherry Beasley's 47%. He's doing very well across the state, and I think he'll continue to do very well across the night. So I'm going to show you guys what is going on in that state. I'm going to show you how uh, how he's going to win tonight or tomorrow morning. So yeah, he's been endorsed by the incumbent senator there who's retiring, and I think he's gonna do very well. So 50.8% for Ted Budd to Sherry Beasley's 47%. Sherry Beasley was winning earlier in the night when polls closed here, but now Ted Budd has um, Ted Budd picked up across the state. So yeah, I'm going to it is 85% in, and they still have 596,000 votes left. So yeah, I think that he'll pick. I think the Republicans will hold on to this state, which is very good. So I'm gonna stop sharing, and let's look at. I wonder if there's anything from New Mexico yet. Okay, so yes, New Mexico, it's around the same from last time. 50% in. Michelle Grisham's at 55.4% against Mark Ronchetti is 43.2%. I can show you guys the margins on the screen right now. So basically, Michelle Grissom is somewhat popular across the state, and she's doing really well in this race in polling. And Mark Ronchetti, he's a good candidate. He would do well as a governor. And New Mexico is pretty Democrat. They tend to vote more liberal than other states in the Midwest over there. And so it's right near the Mexican border. It's got the Mexican border on it, and if there's a lot of liberals, or I should say Democrats, coming through that area. So she's doing fairly well, 55.4% to Mark Ronchetti's 43.2%. So yeah, I'm ready, Arizona. Let's see what Arizona has. Okay, so we do have stuff for Arizona. We do have stuff for Arizona now, which is good. We didn't have any margins for Arizona yet, but now we do. So I'm going to start with the Senate and then work our way to the governors. So we have when this page will load, if I can get it. Yep. So here we go. Um, we have Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is the incumbent Democrat senator from the state. And right now you have Mark Kelly with 56.4% to Blake Masters 41.3%. And there is a good bit of counties that still are left to count in. Now, like I said, I think that Blake Masters and Kerry Lake need to stay away from Maricopa County. I think they should more focus on um, the rest of the state, other areas of the state. So moving on to the governor, if the page will load. Yeah, this is taking a little bit. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so 40% in, and Katie Hobbs is at 55.5%. Carrie Lake 44.5%. Really? Well, that's very surprising. Yeah, I would have thought that Carrie Lake would be blowing Katie Hobbs out of the water right now. Yeah, Katie Hobbs hasn't even like really campaigned or anything. She hasn't even like done anything, honestly. Let's see what Maricopa County says. Yeah, 58.2% for Katie Hobbs and 41% for Carrie Lake. So yeah, I mean, we still have like 60% to count. So I mean, Carrie Lake can pick up later. So we'll have to see. But yeah, this is a race that Republicans must do. If they don't, then this could really impact what happens in 2023 with the National Governors Association. So let's move on. I'm going to let's look at Massachusetts. This is kind of interesting. I don't really care all that much about Massachusetts. It's not really a state that Republicans need to pick up. I mean, Republicans are holding it. The Democrats have a pretty solid lead across the state, and I think they're going to do fairly well. So so yeah, the the Democrat candidate Mara Healey versus the Republican candidate. I don't even know how you pronounce his first name. I'm just going to call him by his last name, Deal. The Republican candidate Deal. And they've already called Massachusetts for Mara Healey, and she is only 13% in. This is what I understand. There's 13% in the state, and they're already calling it. Why? Why are you calling it when it's only 13% in? Doesn't make sense. Okay, let's move on. Let's go back. So I am not presenting this right now. I can present it. I just forgot to. Let me present that for you. So the like I said, uh Deal is the Republican Trump endorsed candidate versus Maura Healey, who is the Democrat candidate. And look at all this. Look at this map. There's a lot of counties still to fill in, and they've already called it for her. Which I can see the margin is better, but I just don't understand why they're calling it with only 13% in. Like they should wait until at least 50% in, and a lot of votes have counted. In my opinion, that's what they should do, but I don't know why they're doing that in Maryland and in here. So yeah, let's look at Maryland. Let's go back to Maryland. I'm interested to see what's going on there. Okay, is improving. I will say that. But we're at 50% already. Here, um I'm gonna present here. It's actually very interesting because um it's weird that it flipped like that. It flipped on Associated Press on Google. Um you all watched it happen. Wes Moore's at 60.2% and Dan Cox is at 36.5%. I I don't I don't know if he can improve and bring up that slack, but they've already called it for Wes Moore. So yeah, it's pretty disappointing. If they've rigged it, that's even more disappointing because we've spent a lot of the candidate has spent a lot of time campaigning and doing and stuff, and who the people have chosen, then it's not right to cheat them out of an election just because they want their candidate in. But whatever. So I'm gonna look at what Associated Press has pulled up right now. So I actually don't understand what the Associated Press is doing right now. Um, because they have all of the margins back down to where they were before. Again, for the second time. I'll show you guys. Look at this. Right here. Oh, okay, so if you just saw, it just changed. Why did it just change? It literally wasn't there, and now it's there. That doesn't make any sense. You all just saw it. It glitched out, and it all came back. This has happened the second time tonight. Yeah, I don't understand what is going on with that, why that's happening, and yeah, so it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Um, so we uh we have results in many states so far, and I'm gonna check what uh what states close. If there's any states that polls close at 10:30 or 11, I'm gonna pull up and see what the next states close. Which are the next states that close, I should say. So as I'm trying to pull this up, yeah. So it's interesting. So the balance of power, it has so Democrats and Republicans are we haven't gotten control of the House nor the Senate yet, neither party. Um, so yeah, we're still waiting on those results. Um, okay, so we don't have poll closings until 11 p.m. and those states are the rest of Idaho, the rest of all of Washington, the rest of Oregon, and all of California. So we will at 11 p.m. we will have the East Coast, and so yeah. Um, so let's see what Oregon looks like. Christine Drazen versus Kristen Kotek, or Tina Kotek, I should say. I'm sorry. So there actually isn't any results in the state of Oregon yet. I can present here. Yeah, there isn't any results in the state. We'll check back with in Pennsylvania with Doug Mastriano and Mehmet Oz. So yeah, as you can see, Christine Drazen and then Tina Kotek, they have no they have no percentage in here yet. We probably have to wait till 11 o'clock to get those results. Um, so yeah, right here, Illinois, in Illinois, Tammy Duckworth won her reelection there. That's there's no surprise there. Let's see what the Senate looks like. Remember who is running in the Senate for Oregon. So let's pull that up and just see because I mean there isn't any results in yet, but we're just waiting. Oh, Ron Whedon versus okay, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So Oregon pretty boring right now. We like vote counting has like pretty much come to a halt in a way. I'm gonna look at Pennsylvania to see what's going on with that. But yeah, pretty much it's nothing nothing real exciting right now. Okay, so I don't buy this, but let's just flow with it if this is true. So we have Pennsylvania Senate race, John Fetterman versus Mehmet Oz, Dr. Mehmet Oz. If we look here, John Fetterman is winning with 50.6% to Mehmet Oz's 46.9%. Mehmet Oz has won more counties than John Fetterman, but the population is near here. So we still have about 2 million votes remaining. So, I mean, we can't call it yet. I wouldn't have called it. We just got past 56%. Now, since this is narrowed down, let's look at the governor race. Let's see what Josh Shapiro and Mastriano look like. This race is very interesting. The governor and the Senate race. When this page loads. Okay, so they've already called it for Josh Shapiro with 55% to Doug Mastriano's 42.4%. They have called it for Doug Mastriano. Doug Mastriano is the apparent winner in the Pennsylvania governor election. So now I guess we see who will become Pennsylvania's next governor. It's pretty disappointing that Mastriano did not win. But yeah, so yeah, so Del Mastriano and Josh Shapiro had a pretty tight race. Yeah. So the it's weird that in Maryland, the Maryland governor race and the Senate race have the same all the counties are the same margins and the same as in the governor and the in the governor and the Senate race. So I think it's kind of weird that that's a coincidence. Um so yeah, it's interesting to see that. I'm just waiting for results right now because there's not much to really talk about necessarily. Um if y'all have any things you want to talk about, just put it in the comments. There's like really uh not that much there's not like there's not much like to talk about right now because there's really like no margins or results or anything. I guess I can check back with Arizona to see what's going on there. I want to see how Katie Hobbs and Carrie Lake are doing. So basically, in in the governor race, there's a 10-point lead with Katie Hobbs. That's very unexpected, considering all the polls have Carrie Lake up. I'm going to present my screen and show everyone. So it's loading. All right, so Katie Hobbs is at 55% and Carrie Lake's 45%. Yeah, I don't buy it. Yeah, I don't buy it. All right, let's look at the Senate. Mark Kelly's leading. If we don't win the House, I mean, if we don't win the Senate, we at least win the House, which is good. Ideally, we need both. Mark Kelly is 56% to make Masters 41.7%. Yeah, I don't believe that it's that big of a lead right there. But we haven't even gotten halfway in with the Senate, so yeah, that I don't know. I don't buy it. Also, let's see how. Let's see. I'm gonna stop sharing this and let's look at Georgia. Georgia is a very critical race for the Democrats and the Republicans. The GOP and the Democrats need it both. Um, so basically, the governor race I can present for you guys and show you what's going on there. All right, so Brian Kemp is winning right now with 54% against Stacey Abrams 45.3%. We go down here, you look at the county. It's pretty much the same as 4 years ago. It's a little bit bigger margins, but we still have 719,881 votes to count. Let's look at the Senate. Basically, I'm gonna project now that it's gonna go to a runoff in January or late December. Okay, so Herschel Walker is leading against Raphael Warnock with 49.6%. If Herschel Walker is to get 50%, we win the state of Georgia. It's 83% in. Give it a little bit more time. There's still a few counties left to count. We have a couple counties around here, and yeah, we got like one or two more counties left. But we also have 708,972 972 votes to count still. So let's look at the let's look at some other details. So yeah. It's pretty boring right now, to be honest. Um, so now we pretty much we do have some breaking news. Looks like Greg Abbott wins his reelection here in Texas. Um, and so that's exciting. We can look there. Let's see what's going on in Texas. Present Texas. It sounds like Greg Abbott defeated Beto Rook and has just been elected to a third term. Let's look at Texas. If I can pull up Texas, here we go. We're gonna pull up Texas here, show you guys what Texas looks like. All right, so Greg Abbott wins right now. He leads with 54.5% to Beta Rook's 44.3%. There's 2,983,256 uh, votes left to be counted. So we got to check in on that later. I'm gonna try and pull up Florida so we can see what Ron DeSantis looks like. Yeah, that's interesting because I actually lost that tab. I accidentally closed that one out, so I'm gonna have to pull that back up and show you guys because I'm actually very curious what his margin is now. It's been many, so see what he is, and yeah, so it's pretty. It's to be honest, like there's not really much going on right now. Um, I'll check back in with Maryland in a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in the way that things are turning out right now. So, yeah, so basically we got Florida, okay? And we got some pretty good news, I would say. Um, you know, for all you DeSantis fans out there, y'all are going to be having 4 more years of DeSantis. Charlie Crist went down in a complete landslide. If you round this up, it's Ron DeSantis has won with 60% of the vote, 59.5% to so I mean this promising for Florida. Ron DeSantis will serve 4 more years, and he will be in the governor's mansion for 4 more years. So that's pretty good. Let's look at the Senate. Marco Rubio versus Val Demings. Um, she is she is a decent Democrat candidate, but not for the state of Florida. Will Trump turn Florida into what it is now? Um, she she will most likely not become the next senator. Marco Rubio is very popular. As you can see, 57.8% for Marco Rubio, and Val Demings has got 41.1%. So yeah, he won many counties. DeSantis and him both won Miami-Dade, which is very very is very surprising. Heavily Democratic counties in the state of Florida. The state of Florida down south near Miami has Miami-Dade County and very Democratic. So the fact that they both won it is very good. All right, so I'm going to check in. I'm going to check in with Ohio. Let's see what Ohio's looking like right now. I'm going to project that. Well, as we know, Mike DeWine is doing very well. He is one with over like 60% of the vote. So JD Vance and Tim Ryan, are they both are running against each other. Okay, they are both pretty popular, I would say, um, and both of them were leading in some polls early on in the night. Tim Ryan was winning, and about 20 minutes after polls had closed and results were coming in, it was very clear that the apparent winner was JD Vance. We're at 82% in, and JD Vance is at 53.9% to Tim Ryan's 46.1%. 82% is in, and the remaining votes is 783,035. So I mean, it's really good um, for that. And so yeah, I'm going to let's look at the governor elections. This is very I get it to load for the governors. I'm gonna stop presenting for the time being so I can and then get back to you. But yeah, so I am actually, let's see, trying to I'm actually trying to figure out what's yeah, so right now I'm gonna show you guys what's going on in the governorship with Mike DeWine here. This is really, really good. I'm gonna share my screen and let you guys know. All right, so Ohio, we have got Mike DeWine winning with 63.2% against Nan Whaley's 36.6%. This is a complete and total landslide. It's amazing, an amazing. And we still have 81% of the votes coming in. So that is 841,618 votes. They will have to still have to count. So we can continue to see this going up and up. Um, so I'm going to check back in Pennsylvania just to see what's going on here. At 11, I will be taking another break. So yeah, Josh Shapiro. All counties are in, and Josh Shapiro has a really like a 12-point lead right now against Mastriano. So that's not real good. Um, yeah, I'll present and show you what we got. Um, basically, Doug Mastriano is losing by a pretty decent margin, sadly. Josh Shapiro is winning there with a pretty big margin of 55.1% to Doug Mastriano's 43%. Um, so yeah, we look back here in the Senate for Oz and Fetterman. Hopefully, this one will be a little bit more interesting, be a little bit more close. Um, try and load. Yeah, so basically, it is really shrinking up for Oz and Fetterman. Um, I will share it again. It lagged out. Sorry about that. Yeah, so basically Fetterman and Oz are both neck and neck now. Um, uh, Fetterman is at 49.8 to Oz is 47.7. So yeah, it's anyone's race really. 64% in, a million votes still. So we have a long night ahead of us for them. Um, hopefully it turns out well. Um, Truck also wins his Iowa Senate seat, and he is 86 years old when his reelection, so that's pretty impressive there. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna check on Wisconsin because Tony Evers and Tim Michaels have a pretty big fight going on. So Ron Johnson is winning against Mandela Barnes now with 50% of the vote. Nothing too exciting there. I'm gonna go to the governor and see what's going on there. If the if it would load, I'd like to show you all what's going on in the governor race. Also, Missouri, Eric Schmidt wins in the state. Okay, so we have 55% in, and Tony Evers is winning with 51.8% to Tim Michaels 47.1%. Yeah, that's pretty surprising. The lead will probably shrink to Tim Michaels. It'll probably get a lot better. A lot better for Tim Michaels. So, with that being said, I can show you all what's going on there. I'm actually gonna show you what's going on um, in in Michigan because it's actually I haven't checked it in a while, and I want to see how um, Gretchen Whitmer and Tudor Dixon are doing. They're both they're both neck and neck, and it's pretty it's a pretty close race. Um, so I'll present it to you and show you all. Michigan. All right, here we go. So Michigan has a Democrat governor. It's Gretchen Whitmer, and she's running for re-election. Basically, she is faced with the Trump-endorsed Tudor Dixon, and right now Whitmer's at 53.1% and Tudor Dixon's 45.2%. So yeah, pretty it's pretty close. I mean, it's within 8 points. So that's Mexico. So New Mexico is that's Nevada. New Mexico. Okay, so we have breaking news. Michelle Grissom wins her reelection against Mark Ronchetti. Mark Ronchetti is the Trump endorsed uh, candidate for governor um, in New Mexico, and he has just lost to Michelle Grissom in the state. So, to be honest, I don't know. Yeah, so basically 35% for Michelle Grissom to 45.4%. This really isn't a huge red wave as people expected it to be. Republicans are losing many, many governorships that they could be flipping, and we haven't gotten. This is not. This is not going to aid. Let's see. North Carolina. Let's check. Let's check Ted Budd's doing. See how he's doing. I should say. Um, Yeah, still too early to call, but Ted Budd is gaining momentum. He's almost a full 5 points above Sherry Beasley, so that's good. They should call it soon. It's 89% in. So yeah. Um, but so yeah, Nevada still hasn't come in. I don't know why. Nevada should polls closed at 10, and they haven't come in. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But yeah, waiting. Polls are taking forever to come in, which doesn't make sense. Um, so yeah. So I'm just going to be just trying to pull some stuff up here. Keep watching for results to come in. I'm actually gonna check on Maryland here in a second so I can show you all what's going on there. I haven't checked on it in a while, and hopefully margins have been shrinking for Westmore because that would be amazing. Um, so yeah, I'm going to check on that right now actually. So pull this up. All right, so pulling up NBC News, and we're gonna pull up Maryland in a second here. Okay, so this is looking way better, people. Dan Cox is pulling away here. We have Westmore. I'm going to present my screen here. Westmore lead is shrinking, which is very good. Hopefully by the end of the night it will come way down, but let's hope and let's pray for that. All right, so Westmore is at 59.8% to Dan Cox's 36.8%. So he has won back Baltimore County. I mean Frederick County. I'm sorry, Frederick County from Westmore, and yeah. So it's getting closer. He for Dan Cox to win now. He needs Howard and Baltimore County and Anne Arundel. Now Anne Arundel, it 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 should be going to Cox right now. If the lead shrinks, which we still have an estimated 1 million votes left, basically 57% in. We need to keep the we need to keep margin. So yeah, I'm going to pull up the I'm gonna pull up Associated Press right now. Um, let's see what's going on there. It's taking a minute to load. I'm just trying to pull it up. Associated Press doesn't have much different than last time. So yeah. All right. I'm gonna stop sharing this. Um, so yeah. Basically, if Dan Cox wants to win, he's got to narrow up some areas and do a little bit better in some other counties, which he very much could do. But yeah, it's just yeah. So basically, uh, basically the I would say majority of the state is I would say majority of the state has voted for more, but there we still have results to come in. So um, I'm going to be taking a break in 3 minutes. Um, because yeah. Um, so basically, we have uh, a lot of we have a lot of we have a lot of results coming in. I would say that it's like results are coming in, but it's really really slow. I'm honestly really surprised it's taking long for um it to come in. Like it's a lot slower than 2020 and a lot slower than 2018. So, um yeah. Um basically I'm going to check in on let's see. I'm going to check in Nevada just because there's yeah, for some reason there's still no results coming in. It's really weird. Nevada's polls closed at 10. We are an hour in and there is nothing. I feel like I feel like there's something shady going on here. Yeah. So basically, there's like nothing happening in Nevada. So yeah, I'm going to be taking a break here, and I will come back within the next few minutes. I have something to play for you guys, so I'll be presenting that, and I'll be back when I'm done. Or when it's done, I should say. So I my my computer just lagged for some and hold on. So I had we so it's 11 o'clock and there is polls closing on the east or the west coast, I should say. And so uh those will come in within like in a little bit because it's going to take some time after the polls close because of time difference and everything. So I'm going to pull that up and tell you guys what all the polls that are closing are in a minute here. Um, I just have to let it load. I'm probably going to do that after I come back once I get this playing here for you. Um, going to present the um the 2022 midterm elections are way different than what a lot of people have expected it to be. But I'll be back.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land, the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, that was very inspiring song. Hopefully we can win this thing. So after taking a short break there, we have there's there is some problems in the voting. Um, just so everyone is aware, Cox is leading very quickly. It's still um Moore has still has 59 points Moore does have 59.7%. Um but Cox and Moore have gained some. Cox is at 36.9% right now. Votes remaining are 984,570. 59% of the votes are in. Um, so I want to talk about some. I want to talk about some things across the country here. I'm gonna present. So there are some breaking news reports here that are actually very good and promising. Not in the state of Maryland, but across the country. So first of all, I'm gonna announce that in the state of Ohio, JD Vance has actually won tonight. And that is very good. That it helps us hold on to the balance of power. And so I'm gonna present and show you guys Ohio here in a second. But also we have poll closings that we had on the West Coast here, and so that includes Washington, that includes California, that includes the rest of Idaho and the rest of Oregon. And Oregon is a very competitive state. It's very competitive um because the incumbent Democrat governor is very unpopular, and the Democrat nominee Tina Kotek is very unpopular as well. The Republican running for governor is Christine Drazan, and she is very popular. She is the Senate majority leader in the state Senate of Oregon, and she has been endorsed by Larry Hogan, the governor of Maryland, and also Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, along with President Trump and some other individuals. But I want to show you guys Ohio right now because it's very important for us so that we can keep our majority. And so yeah, so it's really good that we were able to do that. So I'll share with you guys what the Ohio looks like right now. So JD Vance won against Tim Ryan with 53.5% right now to Tim Ryan's 46.4%. And as we can see, there's not that many blue counties, and JD Vance is the projected winner here. So that's very good. Also, we have poll closings in other states. So let's look at them. So I want to look at the state of Michigan. So Michigan, Tudor Dixon and Gretchen Whitmer both they both are still like getting the counties are still coming in. Gretchen Whitmer's at 52.1% and Tudor Dixon's at 46.2%. 34% of the votes are in, and we still have 2 million votes to go. So it's gonna be a long night in Michigan. Also, I'm going to show you the what Wisconsin looks like here. Tim Michaels versus Tony Evers. I think I've stated that already before, but actually before we do that, let's look at let's see New York. Get, um, Kathy Hochul and Lee Zeldin are running against each other in the state of New York. Now, New York is a very democratic state, but things have happened, and Kathy Hochul has just been declared the winner in the state of New York with 60.3% of the vote already, and percent remaining. So, Kathy Hochul has won in the state of New York. She will go on to serve another a full term now. And so yeah, that's kind of disappointing. But Lee Zeldin had a very tough and hard race, and he did outperform. He outperformed other candidates that could have ran and won his primary. But he did very well in the state, and I fully have the time that he started and ran. So good job, good run, and good job for him. Also, Brian Kemp wins his reelection against Stacey Abrams. She actually lost with a pretty respectable margin. So I'll show you guys what we're looking at with in Georgia and in the governor's race and the senator. But before we do that, I'm going to show you Ohio. In the state of Ohio, I'm sorry, in the state of North Carolina. The state of North Carolina, Ted Budd, he is running against Jerry Beasley, and it's still too close to call. 91% in, and Ted Budd's at 50.9% against Sherry Beasley's 46.9. All counties have been called, but they're still reporting in some counties. So we have 342,057 votes to count still. So yeah, that's still going. Also, let's look at Fetterman versus Oz here, and it's really narrowing up here. Basically, so as we all know that Doug Mastriano did not win. He lost to Josh Shapiro, which is pretty unfortunate. But uh, Pennsylvania might be electing Mehmet Oz very shortly. If you see, John Fetterman is at 49.2, Mehmet Oz is 48.3. Is a little more. Hopefully he can pull it off. We'll have to see. But yeah, so with that being said, let's look at the governor race again, even though it's already been called. But let's just see what's going on there. You know, I hope it narrowed, but we'll have to see. Once this loads. Yeah, Josh Shapiro versus Doug Mastriano. Josh Shapiro is at 54.5%. The Doug Mastriano is 43.6%. Yeah, so it's it stinks, but yeah, he. The other thing is that this county right here, this is York County. I'm very surprised that York County did not vote for Doug Mastriano. Look at that margin. I think this is York County. Pretty sure this is York County. Yeah, this is York County. I'm surprised that it's basically a tie here. 48.9 to 48.9. It's only a couple votes more for Josh Shapiro. Wow, that's really close. Okay. So, yeah, that's a very close race in that county. Yeah, Josh Shapiro is the projected winner there. So I'm going to pull up Georgia here. So Brian Kemp did win his reelection against Stacey Abrams, and big news: Herschel Walker is winning as well. So at the time right now, Herschel Walker does have a respectable margin, and I'm gonna show you guys what's going on. Let's see here, Georgia. All right. So Herschel Walker, he is at 49.5% to Raphael Warnock's 48.5. Herschel Walker doesn't get past 50%, they go to a runoff, which uh, normally Democrats do well in Georgia runoff elections. So that would really stink if they had to go to a runoff. But there are 55,000 votes left to count. 86% in. So we'll have to see. Going to the governor. Well, I'll try to load the governor. So up against Stacey Abrams, Brian Kemp won his reelection here against Stacey Abrams with a pretty respectable margin. I would love to show you if this would load here. Yeah, with 54.1% to Stacey Abrams, 45.2%. Like I said, uh, Stacey Abrams is very unpopular. And yeah, so with that being said, there is 562,000 votes left, 86% votes in. So yeah, that's pretty good for the state of Georgia. So that's all the news for right now. Moving on to Maryland, I'm gonna look back here, see if there's any change. Yes, so Dan Cox is now at a 37% mark. He is he's upping his game. It's 60% in. If if he can get more votes, he would push him over the edge, but I don't know. It for some reason it's really close here. Stuff is still coming in. Yeah. Westmore won Baltimore County. He flipped Baltimore County and Howard County. So I uh I hate to say it, but 60% in, it's pretty unlikely if Dan Cox will win. So we might just have to accept defeat now and call it a day. Let's go over to the Attorney General race in Maryland. I'm gonna pull this up for you guys to show you. Um, let's see. Okay, so it's not as close as the governor race, which is good. Anthony Brown is 60% to Michael Peruka's, let's just call it 40%. Okay. We still have 986,000 votes left to count. It's too early to call, 59% in. Um, he did it. Michael Peruka has improved around areas that Dan Cox couldn't, which is in Arundel County. He's really well. If Michael Peruka wants to win this, he has to Howard. That's just let's look at the state senate here. I mean, not the federal senate here. Take a look at what let's take a look at what's going on in with Chris Chafee and the Democrat candidate Chris Van Hollen. I'll show you the House races in a minute once this loads. If the state senate, if I could load the Senate race. It's taking a ridiculously long time. Here we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Chris Van Hollen has won his reelection with a smaller margin than before, but Chris Chafee put up a good fight. 40%. That's really good. He won the same amount of I think it's very odd to me that all of the counties like this are the same as the governor. It's very odd that Chris Van Hollen and Chris Chafee would have around the same amount as Cox and Moore. It surprises me. I don't know. It just seems like a coincidence to me. Um, but who would I know? I'm just a right bigot who's a QAnon conspiracy theorist. The left says, why would I know anything? Um, so yeah, Cox is still at 37%, 530,000 votes, 477 for Cox. There's 852,000, not 877. Wonder how many votes of more illegitimate. So let's look at ballot. Let's look at the House elections here to see what's going on in the House elections because we have very competitive races. So we have the two most competitive races. This is David Trin versus Neil Parrott in Congressional District 6 here. Let's see what Neil Parrott and David Trin are doing in the district. Okay, Neil Parrott is leading with 52.7% with 60% of the 63% of the vote in. That is amazing for Parrott and District 6. David Chern is 47.2%. Let's look at District 2. Dutch Rippersberger is leading against Nicolai Ambrose with 53.3% to Nicolai Ambrose's 46.5%. Yeah, so this is very good that Neil Parrott is leading in the state. I mean, in congressional district 6. So Andy Harris did win his reelection with 60% of the vote, and he is doing very well in the state. Also, all the other House races have been called for Democrat candidates. Um, let's see, is that Jamie Raskin won his reelection in House District 8? So yeah. So moving on, I will look at some other things. So we have 5 people watching right now. Thank you all for staying on with me this late. So yeah, 11:21. Let's look at. I'm gonna look at Nevada. Let's see if there's any information on Nevada. And so right now we have Steve Sisolak is and Jill Lombardo. That we have absolutely no information on this race, neither the governor or the Senate race. So this is really weird that there's absolutely no information on here. I don't know why there is no information, but there is not. So let's look at Arizona. Let's go back to Arizona. I will present my screen and show you guys what's going on in Arizona once this loads. So I will. Yes. So Arizona. Um, I'm shocked. It's not looking good for Republicans either way this cycle. They said it was a red wave. It's not looking like a red wave. Arizona governor elections. Katie Hobbs 56.9% to Carrie Lake 3.1%. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Senate. Let's go to the Senate. Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly. Let's see what's going on there. I doubt it'll be anything good. It's probably going to be more bad news like the rest of the stuff we're reviewing. The Republicans have 170 seats in the House, and we are tied with 46 and 46 in the Senate. Okay. So we have Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is 58%. Blake Masters has 39.7%. Yeah, I don't buy this either. Not buying it, but okay. So we do have breaking news. We have Gavin Newsom has won his reelection, and also Ted Budd defeats Sherry Beasley in the U.S. Senate for North Carolina. All right, so that's good. So we'll go look at North Carolina next. So that means that puts Republicans and Democrats tied in the Senate. He defeats Sherry Beasley. I will present and show you guys what that looks like right now. So yeah, we have North Carolina. Ted Budd 50.8% to Sherry Beasley's 47%. Yeah, interesting. So with that being said, that's gain for Republicans. That's like some of the news for tonight. So with that being said, I can move to something else. All right, I'm gonna check out Oregon, see what's going on there. If there's any results yet. It's been 2 hours pretty much since or over 2 hours. So yeah. All right, we have results in Oregon. Ron Wyden wins his reelection for Senate with 56.1%. And let's look at the governor. Let's look at the governor. Let's go to the governor map and results that are coming in live. This is important for Christine Drazen if we want to pick up Oregon. And right now, Kotek is leading against Christine Drazen. I can show you guys the margins and what's going on there. So yeah, so I will show you guys what's going on with that. This is if Christine, if Tina Kotek does win, that's going to be very, very unexpected. We have 50% in, and look at that map. It's pretty good. Uh, Christine Drazen has won the county that has Salem in. Yeah, so that's good. I think that she'll do good. I think she'll win. But yeah, so that's good. And yeah, so I guess I can move on to something else. Let's look at Michigan. Let's see what's going on in the Michigan governor race here. So Gretchen Whitmer is leading against Tudor Dixon, and she's got a pretty good lead, 51.7% to Tudor Dixon's 46.6%. So also in the state of Wisconsin, let's see what Tony Evers and Tim Michaels are up to right now. See how they're doing. Yes, Tim Michaels is at 48.3% to Tony Evers 50.6%. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Let's check out Massachusetts. Let's see what's going on in Massachusetts. Uh Mara Healy is winning with 61.2% to Deals 37%. That's kind of the same around with Cox and Moore. Kind of interesting. Um Let's check on New Mexico. Let's see what's going on in New Mexico. If anything has changed. Yes, Michelle Grissom still holds on to their governor seat. Let's look at Nevada. Let's see if anything has come in for Nevada. No, nothing has come in for Nevada. Negatory. Let's see what. Yeah, North Carolina. Let's see what Florida looks like right now. Yeah, it's pretty much done. Florida, around the same margins. Yeah, Ron DeSantis it did very, very well in the state. So did Marco Rubio. I'm very impressed with their performances in this election cycle. Ron DeSantis is the same margin as before, 59.5% against Charlie Crist's 39.8%. So, so we're probably gonna end the stream very soon. There's not much more stuff coming in, and I I there's there's not much more stuff coming in, and I think we all know the direction that this is going towards right now. I think that I think there has been some problems in tonight's counting. I think that there has been some problems across the country. I'm very disappointed in the turnout of this election so far, and yeah, so let's look at Maryland one more time before we close this thing down. Cox is improving 37.1% to Westmore's 59.5%. Yeah, they've already called it for more, so I guess we probably should just accept our fate here. It's sad, you know. Guess the show's over. I will be doing a series of videos after the election once everything is finalized, going through every competitive state and talking about the election. So I hope you guys follow that series. So, with that being said, thank you all for watching this election night stream. This is my first, and I will do plenty more. So, thank you all for watching. Of course, if you guys liked my content, and I will see you all later. Thank you. God bless, and good night.